the previous century, some 800,000 Africans have been arriving in huge numbers, almost 250,000 in the 6 years between 1790. Sometimes 30,000 or 40,000 Africans disembarked a single year. Large numbers of them were young men. Many of the prisoners were poor. They had military experience. Slaves now greatly outnumbered the French troops based in the colony, and it was the European military, their offshore navies, and their colonial garrisons that formed the ultimate guarantee of security against dangers posed by the enslaved. It wasn't just enslaved workers, though hundreds of thousands of free workers in France depended on these sand egg exports for their livelihood. And if you're a brand new fledgling unstable revolutionary government, you sure as heck better care about hundreds of thousands of the people who support you or championing and hoping for and relying on, that are hoping to get their jobs too. But this kind of explains the other forces at work that might keep the reforms from happening. It's too complicated. I don't understand all the ins and outs of affairs of sand. The revolutionary government thinks that it does or doesn't do. Suffice it to say that a lot of times it tries to walk a tightrope. And remember, this is an unstable government. There's going to be all kinds of things in the future.
Chica.
Threaten this government and make their
Chica, like
lives
Chicago.
right on what's in front of them, as opposed to something on the faraway colony, even though it's valuable to send to me. But they have to pay attention. Moral affairs that look bad right now. One of those moral affairs is going to happen in 1790 and 1791 when Vincent O'Shea, upset with the sort of tightrope walking that the National Assembly is doing, really just people in the United States are going to put your weapons, then go back to San Domingo and launch an insurrection. This is an insurrection designed to slavery over China. Or slavery. It's an insurrection to demand an end to discrimination. It will not be a particularly heavy-duty insurrection. It will be crushed and O'Shea the insurrection will take refuge on the other side of the island in Santa Monica with the Spanish colonies will live down, turning over to the French colonial authorities who will kill them. They're not doing France anymore, and it certainly has passed its summer. Those of you who know about the history of executions, just as a very specialized field, know that one of the things that they did in the French Revolution, this is again, the humanitarian baseline is sometimes so low that what sounds like improvements are strange sometimes. The French Revolution is famous. It's often associated with the guillotine, right?
If I get Earth and Elon Musk, I give them Mars, women can have Venus, and they can just make it over what they want. The Rockefellers get Mercury. Yes, yeah.
As part of his punishment for leading this insurrection is exactly what the guillotine was invented to be an improvement. The breaking not found any first-hand account of his particular version of it. Did though David Gegas's revolution find sentencing? And the reason is supposed to be proven can happen all sorts of different ways. Sometimes you break your body after that's pretty merciful. That's not how the miracle was. They take him to from everyone. First, we had the sentence here. So the charge found guilty of. Next thing it says, as per the this goes back to the sons of executions. They have to go cure the criminal and ask amends and say, that's what the things they might debate. Make you say everything and all your friends died for, and everything else was wrong and meaningless. And then they kill the sentence after path. Benchmark 17th and 8th and 19th at the Sedona Thereafter, they shall be led to the main square of this town, where, on the side opposite the one used for the execution of whites, they shall have their arms, shields, thighs, and pelvis bones broken while alive, on a scaffold erected for this purpose. The high executioner shall then place them on a hill, with their faces turned toward the heaven, for however long it pleases God to maintain their lives. Thereafter, their heads shall be cut and exposed on sticks. This is carried out. This is horrific, deliberately spectacular supervision. It sends a message by saying, we're going to do this to you. Did you notice also, what's supposed to make it such amazing is it sounds like they have dual execution sites, and they even have everyone from last day killed on. You have to go to the This whole thing is full of symbolism. This is meant to intimidate. It is meant to deter. It is meant to send a message. The question that's interesting is what's said to me. Discussion. This message. What is the message trying to convey other than the obvious, right? If you launch an insurrection, this could happen to you, but are they targeting because what the Federal Revolution is doing to say, soon to be hating is tyranny. It's already existing fracture lines. That's what makes what's going to happen so complicated. Author James Walden described it as a witch's trial. Anarchy is sometimes thrown out of the short description of just how many sides divided this place is, and I didn't run across it. It's just right. You stumbled upon a corner line by which but the setting up of the situation is and gives you a real idea of what we're talking about. Lucy writes, whites, you lot of blacks loathe each other. The poor whites couldn't stand the rich whites. The rich whites despised the poor whites. The middle-class whites were jealous of the aristocratic whites. The whites born in France looked down upon the locally born whites. Mulattoes envied the whites, despised the blacks, and were despised by the whites. Those colonizers who were still slaves. Asian-born blacks regarded those from Africa as savages. Every white man lived in terror of everyone else. Hate was hell. The rich. So you get an idea here. What's about to happen is going to be a lot more complicated than just one group of people like the mixed race people fighting white plantation owners. It's going to be a seething cauldron of changing sides and alliances. Think about this one aspect alone. If there's going to be something like a race war, let's say which side is going to see how complicated that might be. On both sides, we always like to say US mixed race population there is within West Africa is not in that little colony. Now, this is an issue until August 1791, Herman Roche is executed in the year, because until then, it's just a question between the whites on the island and the mixed race folks. The slaves, as we're laced to us with, are on the sidelines watching until they're not. Including the 400,000 to 600,000 enslaved people on the island decide that they're going to get involved, they become the major player right away.
Katie Casserole. In case of the fish. Katie Casserole. Cake cashews.
Many of them refuse to This isn't somehow white-led abolitionists or priests or people dressed up with charcoal, darkened skin, leading and organizing everyone here because they're racist or refuse will not allow them to imagine. And by the way, this is not me saying this. This is in the writing or their letters home. I mean, they sound like conspiracy theories, but they refuse to believe that the people that they knew as slaves are capable of doing what they start doing on the 21st of August, 1791. And one of the first early leaders to emerge is a person known to history as Bowman, sometimes called Tutty Bowman. Laurent Dubois, the Avengers of the World, describes him this way, saying, the most visible leader during the first days of the insurrection was Bookman, who had worked first as a driver and then as a coachman. Bookman was, it is believed, a religious leader, a role that would have earned him respect among many slaves. It says that there's this religious ceremony, and I've read other accounts, and it sounds positively cinematic, and it actually went down this way. Slaves are eating at night in a sacred spot with the thunder and the lightning going and the rain pouring down that's supposedly seen as a good omen, and Bookman is there. Dubois says other accounts describe him officiating alongside an African woman. He describes him from primary source or secondary source, saying, with strange eyes and bristling hair and or else he says a green-eyed woman of African Corsican descent named Cecile Fadiman. He says, at the ceremony, Bookman apparently proclaimed, the God of the white man calls you to commit crimes. Our God asks only good works of us. But this God is so good, orders revenge. He will direct our hands. He will hate us. Throw away the image of the God of the whites who thirsts for our tears, and listen to the voice of liberty that speaks in the heart of all of us. And Dubois continues. Those assembled took an oath of secrecy and revenge, sealed by drinking the blood of a black pig sacrificed before them. It was a form of pact, he writes, probably derived from the traditions of West Africa. And we don't have accounts from the slaves who are part of the hit teams that then take off in search of plantation owners, overseers, anyone really that they run into as they go from plantation to plantation, killing almost everybody they run into, destroying the abundance, the refineries, and then setting sugar fields alight. We do have accounts, we have to be careful because these are the accounts that are going to be used in the American South to justify all sorts of restrictions on people of color, women, slaves. Also, it's also going to be something that has, this happens in every heavy-duty slavery. One has a way, because you're reading the accounts of the victims who were earlier the victimizers of having sympathy for the people who were on the unjust side.
Are you done?
See this in the second book all the time. When atrocious things are done by the morally superior side, seeking morally superior outcomes, and yet innocents are caught up in the gears all the time. And there are plenty of debates about how innocent women or children are in a slave society if they've been a part of it. So these first-hand accounts are telling me that you have sometimes, well, abolitionists will use this kind of material to argue that this is exactly why we have to get rid of slavery ASAP. And slave proponents will use these sorts of first-hand accounts or alleged first-hand accounts or rumors of first-hand accounts as ways to say, are you kidding me? This is exactly why we can't lighten up one bit. And by the way, all this happens because of you abolitionists stirring up trouble in the first place. You'll see a lot of blame for the rights of man and the citizen and all these kinds of enlightenment ideas, philosophies. They'll say this, corrupting all these people and accounts of fighting, pamphlets with the Declaration of Rights of Man and the Citizen, and pockets of assassins on the island. There's an anonymous account of an author who's asleep in his abode on the night of the 22nd of August, which is the accounts are just getting going. And this anonymous author said that he was broken. At the sound of a gunshot, my dog, who was laying in the gallery near my bedroom, started to bark loud enough to wake me. Wrongly irritated by this continual barking, I got him to quiet him down and then went back to sleep. 15 minutes later, the poor dog started up again even more insistently. But alas, it was too late to wonder what was happening. The blacks had already taken over all the paths around the French plantation owner's house. Hearing the noise they were making, I jumped out of my bed and shouted, "Who goes there?" A voice like thunder answered me, "It is dead." At the same time, I heard a considerable number of gunshots and the voice of a horde of blacks who filled the house with these terrible words, "Kill, kill." Seeing what was happening and having no way to escape, I ran to get my pistols. Luckily for me, they were not loaded. I say luckily because if they had been, I would have defended myself. I would have killed some of these assailants and would not have been able to escape succumbing to their blows.
There's no way sending
The fact that
7-day
owner
orbit
survived
1 week, 2
and was
weeks,
able
3
to
weeks,
give us an account
maybe
of
4
what
weeks,
he
they
experienced
can
is
avoid
remarkable.
seeing and sending back
I mean, his
by a
account
live
of
stream to
Cherokee
Earth
populations
amazing view
facing
of the
racial
glass ruins
revolution.
that are on the
And
moon.
when you read his
So
account,
that
there were
you know that it's
echoes and
inevitable
vibes that
once they
remind
pick up
me of reading
stations
about
that this is
the
going to be seen
early
by people all over the
weeks
world
of the
through national
Cambodian
television.
genocide, the killing
What
fields of
would
the
you do if
1970s.
you needed it to
This
happen
feeling
only
of
after a certain time? You have to
unsafeness,
create
a
delays.
lack of safety amongst the rank
Delays
and
that were
file
not
that many
fatal,
of these
but
regular
delays
war
that would
soldiers
stretch
who
out
were
the time
slaves 5
frame
minutes
until
ago.
it launched
They all want to see you
got
dead. They
there
could kill you
in
at
the
any
right
moment. And
window.
sometimes the
And
only
that's
thing
frankly what I
keeping
think
you
we're dealing
alive is
with
an
tonight.
officer that says don't kill. In this case,
And what
the
about the
anonymous
private
author of
space
this account
companies? Well, how
says
would
that
you
the
grade them?
person
Bezos Company and
told
Musk?
the underlings
Well,
not to
up until
torture and
Musk
kill
was
him
self-destructed with
was
Twitter,
welcome.
I thought
The
it
various
was
slaves
the
who
inside
allegedly
track to
conducted
the
the
showing
ceremony and the thunder and the
what's on the
lightning, the
moon
rain got
and
this thing
opening the
started,
gateway,
saying,
unintended, to the whole
according to the
solar
anonymous
system
author
in terms
himself,
of
who
what's
knew
really out there.
and he
And
came
then
and said, "This is a
something
good
has
white
happened
man,
to
don't
Musk.
kill him."
It's like he's lost his mission,
Roman himself
which
did
is
not make it
SpaceX,
very far into
with
this slave
Tesla kind of
war.
on the side.
He becomes a
And he's now doing
casualty,
this
and they will
bizarre thing with
ram
Twitter
his
that frankly makes
head
zero sense.
cut
You
off,
know that
attached
Joe
to a
Rogan
pike
spent
by
a half
God's
hour
will,
several months
thinking
ago
that surely this
talking
will
about
crush
me
them.
and my
There's one
research, right? I
really
heard about it.
unusual leaders done away
And
with
it was
white
bizarre
colonists
because
being
although they
horrified by
planned it,
how many good
Rogan
leaders
just happened
the
to
black
have
slave class can
handy
produce,
to
and
put
the
up on the
mixed race
screen
people on San
a
Domingue
copy
can
of
as
the
well.
cover of my book. Now, you've been in the
The
business long
revolt, by
enough
the
to
way,
know, like
starts
in
off with,
politics,
I
this stuff
believe
does
these
not
numbers are
happen
not,
by
they're ridiculous
coincidence.
trends for
There are
it's
none.
supposed to start off
So
the
I've
first
been
24 hours
watching
with like 2,000 slaves. We'll go
incredible
from plantation to plantation to
permutations of
plantation, taking
bizarreness
more slaves along the way, and
and
perhaps
the only thing I can
even
think of
forcing
is either
choices
he's
on the
just
other
been
slaves who might
brainwashed,
think, okay, I don't want to get broken
someone
on the way,
slipped
I'm
him a
just going to stay
Mickey
here
and,
with my family.
he's
In some of these cases, they may not be given those
Or
choices, and that's very
this is even
revolutionary.
more
Like also, right,
intriguing.
allowed to be neutral,
What
pick a side. If it's
trying
on our
to
side, you die
deliberately
here and now. So who
smash
knows? When we
Twitter?
go from 2,000 in the first 24 hours to an estimated 10,000 in 4 or 5 days to 100,000
Remember, it's not
the
real
numbers
money.
often seen.
None of the money is out there now
I
is
don't know
real
if I
money.
believe
Look what
that,
happened to
but
crypto.
let's say in
One
70,
day it's up, and
I don't really believe the Roman slave revolt numbers either, because they're loose. Any other kind of stuff, so you don't know what the
a
largest
lot
slave
of people
revolt is
money
in
stuff,
history.
they
But I
think you
think
want
we're
to
pretty
break
comfortable saying that
strangle
this isn't the largest slave revolt ever. It's top
in
3,
social media.
and that's
How
going to
would
create
you
an
do it?
entirely different
Buy it.
situation than
And
the
then
other slave
break
revolt that
it.
have happened. Well, since the Roman era, or maybe since that one in
So
the
that you have to
800s,
have a whole bunch of
the Middle
competing
East.
companies to take up the slack,
I mean, if you
and
have a
they
problem,
watch what
if
happens.
Taki's war makes the history books with a few hundred or several hundred slaves in Jamaica, and the one in Burpees with 3,000 or 5,000 slaves is notable, what happens when you have 100,000 and 100,000 that number of white
so
colonists?
that you have truth and honesty
It's going to
and
be a
real
bloodbath,
information,
and it's
and the
going to
crazy
be that
are
sort of
put
pressure
in a lockbox,
that creates
and they throw away the key.
concessions
Now, you
that
mentioned
one
the
could
incredible
never have
darkness
expected to
with
have happen, and that's what's going to change the history of slavery.
very successful.
If you're on the ground, by the way, though, when this first couple of weeks of this thing starts when you're seeing something that everyone figures in history thinks about, but it rarely happens. It's a race war. And I'm fascinated by the extremes of the human experience. I think being a slave in San Domingo is one of the extremes of the human experience. But so is being a white colonist. If you're a 10-year-old boy and you're in the north of San Domingo, this whole thing breaks out. That's terrifying. Right? Terrifying to be a slave before this revolt, terrifying to be a white colonist afterwards. And let's be honest, when you read the accounts, terrifying to be a slave, insurgent, terrifying to be a mixed. I mean, there's going to be massacres committed in this next 12 or 14-year affair by all sides, right? Whites, mixed race, and slave side. And there are going to be victims on all those sides of massacres. It's horrific. There's no count the journey to popular is facing racial revolution. Called on ROTHSCHILD, another one of these ones that's ostensibly anonymous. And this person talks about arriving in San Diego, having a wonderful lunch, you can imagine, white collar clothes, and enjoying themselves while they're being served tea and whatnot. And then this guy says, wrote this account that he gets a message that the slaves are revolting in the north, and they have their plantation, so they go rush up there, and you get a first-hand account of what's going on in Virgo. This is Disasterville, and the account picks up with all the locals, all the fires rage around them, and the slaves are tearing stuff up and destroying things and hacking people to death. They all join on this family's plantation, and he writes, quote, "The frightened families among our neighbors met together at our plantation. The men armed to face the storm. The mothers, wives, sisters were lamenting and gathering in all haste a few precious effects. Desolation and fear were painted on all faces. The sky seemed on fire. Guns could be heard from afar, and the bells of the plantations were sounding the alarm. The danger increased. The flames at each moment were approaching and enclosing about us. There was no time to lose. We fled." He continues, and this is probably both reality and yet also a trope. This is what this revolution's going to have to live down in terms of atrocities. A supposed eyewitness, but trying to whip up, hatred and loathing back in places like France for the slave class here. Writes, quote, "The victims who escaped at Sword's Point came to swell the number of fugitives and recounted to us the horrors which they had witnessed. They had seen unbelievable tortures to which they testified. Many women, young, beautiful, and virtuous, perished beneath the infamous caresses of the brigands. Among the cadavers of their fathers and husbands, bodies still palpitating were dragged through the roads with atrocious acclamations. Young children transfixed upon the point of bayonets were the bleeding flags which followed the troop of cannons. These pictures were not exaggerated, and I more than once saw the sorrowful spectacle." These images are going to be picked up by the mass media of the time, and are going to horrify the societies of North America, South America, Europe. I mean, this is going to be such a scandal that some of the abolitionists are going to look at this and say, well, maybe you deserve to be in chains then, if you can't separate the guilty and the innocent. He held up as an example, especially by the pro-slavery people, of the savagery here. Look at these. These are monsters that deserve slavery. But it's never quite addressed that the very things, or the functional equivalent of the very things, that these slave rioters are doing in hot blood during an insurrection, with all the pent-up revenge and everything else, going on, right? A moment. It's never quite pointed out that the functional equivalent of what they're doing here was done to them right before this revolution started. I mean, let's remember the list of things that the historian from Trinidad, C.L.R. James, had said, smeared with sugar and devoured by the ants, being roasted on spits. I mean, there's a couple of stories that make the rounds here. One of a carpenter being sawed into with a saw. Another of some colonist being nailed or something to the door of his barn, and then having his limbs chopped off one by one with axes by the slave rioters. Well, my goodness, it was just back in February, which is only months ago, that the legally Trusted authority, these colonies sentenced Vincent O.J. and another guy to be broken on the wheel legally in public. I mean, it's the functional equivalent. But the sympathy comes when these sorts of things are happening to people who look like the people that are reading the mass media about it. Very quickly, the colonists are pulling out cannon. They're arming the citizens. They are making rules that says every ship that is in the harbor has to stay there. All the sailors have to take their arms and come on land to defend the enclaves of white colonists. And just in case, save those ships in case we all need to evacuate. The first-hand accounts talk about the entire area being cordoned off at any time any black people fall into the hands of white colonists during these early stages. They are interrogated, tortured, sometimes a wheel is put up just for that purpose. People inside the white enclaves, and then white begins to execute. Prisoners are not being taken very often, and the side that takes the most of all, believe it or not, are the slaves, because then we talk about training white prisoners for concessions. The situation that becomes nasty and extreme. Black slaves go from using farm implements and things like machetes to using the weapons that they capture, and then over time becoming very good with them. They go from fighting as a rabble to fighting as organized troops in a sort of a skirmish ambush kind of formation. And the sorts of scenes you begin to see are what you might expect.
It's the sound of exclusive offers mingling from the Valcast Holiday Workshop. This November, Valcast is teaming up with iHeartRadio
What's
to bring
going
out
on,
special
he
holiday
says,
edition of the
that
Blue
both
Envelope.
sides
Together,
are
we're giving
going
you
to
an easy to scan
stalemate at a
QR
certain
code to
point.
send all of your favorite holiday
Sources
tunes through the
from
iHeartRadio app. Plus, check your envelope
the
to see if
country
our
is
elf
filled
has
with
sent
dead
a $100
bodies which
checking
lie
size
unburied.
back to the mailbox
The
for your
Negroes have
Valcast
left the
envelope. No
whites
purchase
with
necessary,
stakes
but
driven
prohibited.
through them
Check
into
your
the
marked
ground.
Valcast envelope
And the
or
white troops who now take no prisoners, but kill everything black or yellow. Leave the Negroes dead upon the field and move to another contemporary source who says, the heads of white prisoners placed on stakes surrounded the camps of the blacks, and the corpses of black prisoners were hung from the trees and bushes along the roads that led to the positions of the whites. End quote.
Work environment termination.
This seems to me to be the very definition
all
of the epitome of race
With
war.
Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com and stay applied under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com and stay applied under the radio drop-down and with credit please. Spell BAM,
This first initial stage is where this rage is just exhibiting to you. It never goes away. You can see the enjoyment of having the tables turned. Jeremy Balkin is a famous account, one of the most famous first-hand accounts of parts of the slave.
Very specific, very talented actors that stole something that is very specific to this interest.
I guess you could call them sort of
Superman on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The more you know.
A bunch of the colonies they captured
To avoid getting into rowdy.
Don't worry, if you're wasted, what are you doing on television?
some lies to patriots, and the way that they do it is reminiscent of the very things that were done to slaves. Bruce in his dungeon. He says they take a man out and they throw a carcass back in later and ask if they recognize their friend. Hundreds of flashes were given. He said gunpowder inserted in every orifice in his body. Blown up. The story from Trinidad's account is the exact thing that was supposedly done to the slaves. But there's a certain, we would call it sadistic, but it's a payback thing. I'm not sure that normal labels apply quite the same way. And this mid-level slaves, the slave victims, Johnny, that's the amplified version of the name, and Bruce relates what happened to them. Sounds like something out of 1950s pulp comic book. White explorers are about to be thrown into some big black kettle to be eaten by the natives. It's that kind of horrific as well. This is real stuff. So Pro says they don't know what's going to happen to them until they see this Johnny showing up with a hangman and a bodyguard. He says of Negroes and mulattoes who can tuck themselves into their presence. And then, as soon as he sees the hangman, he knows they're in trouble. Our faith then, we thought, no longer dubious, as it was, 4 of our miserable companions were unshackled and conducted to the bottom of the scaffold, where he, John, had them tied like so many victims, to exercise his vengeance with the greater relish, as inhuman monster measured out the ground, and the hangman dared not lift the destructive weapon without his order, which, by a watch in his hand, was given every quarter of an hour. When these poor afflicted wretches were in gasp of death, we beheld Johnny, the mulatto Billy, and the Negro Goddard, amidst these horrid torments, cutting piecemeal 2 of those whom they had thus butchered, trussing the other 2 like a funnel, ready prepared for the spit, toad fashion, and drinking their blood. Pro says that he and his compatriots were forced to help do all this, or there's some psychological twistiness there. The idea of making everybody believe exactly 15 minutes for the next act to happen. Imagine sitting there waiting for it to happen and looking at each other in your head trying to figure it out. It's diabolical. So the next day they take out 1 of the prisoners and they have to do all this again. And Gross writes, quote, a repetition of the same tragic barbarity succeeded the next day, and so Hershey, our commander, was doomed to another torture. Johnny immediately caused one of his hands to be severed, and then extended him upon a ladder, where he received 200 lashes. They afterwards conveyed him in a cart to the town of Grand Riviere, where he was suspended from a stake fixed in the ground by a hook that pierced him under the chin. This unfortunate man, living in this condition 36 hours, and at the time Johnny had him taken down, he still palpitated. This monster, whose thirst for human blood could not be allayed, invented a fresh torture, which was that of roasting the remainder of the prisoners alive with spit. This is the part that makes the thing so interesting. Before he can kill off these people, a slave and the commander shows up, assesses the situation, talks to the people involved, ties Johnny up to a tree, and has him shot, and then apologizes and asked if they needed anything. The mind reels what you're seeing here is a transition from the moment of sheer hot-blooded revenge, cruelty, and all that is payback, to something more stable. You begin to see an attempt to control. So that's why a lot of historians divide what's called the Haitian Revolution into multiple chunks, because each chunk represents a change in the way things are in the situation. Remember, this is tied to the end of the French Revolution, so very soon the French Revolution is going to veer off in other directions, and Saint-Domingue's going to go with it. And the next phase in all this is going to be when France goes to war with most of Europe. It's famous for the revolutionary period. One of their enemies is going to be Britain. And one of the battlefields is going to be this whole Caribbean area. Saint-Domingue is swept up in this. But what that means is that the French government, this revolutionary government that is going to go from a relatively liberal and enlightenment like Rabbi Jefferson and Lafayette, those people, to increasingly radical, and then it'll go conservative after that period, and then Napoleon will get in charge. So there's lots of stages of the French Revolution too. And Saint-Domingue isn't just the race war issue going on there. They're part of the French Revolution too, where you've got rich white miners who are with the royalist side, and poor white artisans who have sympathy for the ideas of the revolution. So it's going to get very complicated. But Saint-Domingue is a target. It's a target because of its wealth. It's also a target because this slave revolt here that's going on month after month after month now is a bad influence on all the other slave societies nearby, right? So the British would like to get that taken care of so that their slave societies in places like Jamaica that's very close don't start getting, as upset as the French colonies are. And after a certain number of months in Saint Domingue, it does spread to other French colonies. The reason all this matters, though, is because the French government is going to be forced to make concessions during this whole affair that they probably wouldn't have made otherwise, because they're going to be faced with choices like make this concession or lose the entire island. And all of a sudden, the kind of things that Vincent Auger died trying to achieve and couldn't manage to become very negotiable once the question is, well, what if you're going to lose everything? How about you make peace with those mixed race individuals? This is one of the things that, for example, happens. Make peace with the mixed race people. Get them on your side so that the white colonists and the mixed race folk can together, stop this slave revolt. And all of a sudden, because of the threat to the island and everything else, the French government in Paris will grant and really enforce the equal rights that Vincent Auger had died trying to achieve. The French will send a 28-year-old, see, to me, I look at it now, I go, this is a kid, a 28-year-old commander and 6,000 troops and then 6,000 more troops to sort of enforce all this sort of stuff. And this guy, and I can hardly believe this, but remember, there's a long distance and there's no telegraph or anything like that for instant communication between Saint Domingue and Paris. So this 28-year-old sometimes has to make command decisions on the ground, and he's going to be confronted with these kinds of choices. And at a certain point, he's going to decide first in one part of the island, and then in the island in its entirety, free the slaves. Because if he doesn't, they're going to lose the island to either the British or the Spanish next door. And when this 28-year-old does this, the representatives from Saint Domingue go and talk to the increasingly radical revolutionary French government. The increasingly radical revolutionary French government decides to back up this 28-year-old and sort of own it like they meant to do it all the time. If you want to get one of the best examples of the duality of this, right? It's both living up to our marketing messages and, it's a brilliant geopolitical ideological coup. Listen to the remarks that George Denton of the Revolution, this French revolutionary, who, like so many of them, will end up a victim of the French Revolution with his head cut off. He will stand up in front of the National Convention and basically say, this is something we should have done a long time ago, and it's going to scare the English. He said, representatives of the French people, until now, our decrees of liberty have been selfish and only for ourselves. But today, we proclaim it to the universe, and generations to come will glory in this decree. We are proclaiming universal liberty. We are working for future generations. Let us launch liberty into the colonies. The English are dead today. And that's not just hyperbole, because there will come a point in this whole Haitian Revolution thing where the British will come and try to sort of conquer Saint Domingue. That's what prompts moves like this. And what the French government is essentially saying to the slaves of Saint Domingue, hey, you're free now by this government's decree. If the British win and take over the island, they're going to re-enslave you and put your masters back in charge of things, because that's what they're doing in their islands. So you better fight for our collective freedom. And so you were going to lose the island entirely? Well, sure, we'll grant freedom to the slaves, right? What the French have done here is declare themselves in solidarity with every slave society around the world, right? And portray their enemies like the British and the Spaniards as the protectors of the slave system. It's brilliant.
And get 5 solid silver bars and coins,
This is going on,
including your favorite, the limited vintage Johnny Alien silver coin. These are all solid precious metals, so you can hedge inflation while having a cool collector's item. Go to bullionmax.com/coast and order your silver starter kit today.
To some of the children who's going to come to the fore during this period. He's going to be a fantastic leader of soldiers, and he's going to be the one who actually outmaneuvers multiple different empires, right? The British English, the Spanish, and even the French.
Welcome
To
back,
win
George.
the
Going along
freedom
with
of
Rick
this
the
island,
Holder, we'll
eventually
get the
he's going to
calls
have to
later this hour
work all
here.
kinds of angles, basically any
Which
money
is the
that's
glass
brewing
that you're
just
talking about, created by an explosion
it's
or
going to take
artificially made?
one of the
No,
greatest
artificially made. But remember, our
geopolitical
model
figures
is
in all human
that the moon
history
is covered
to
with
put an
glass
end
to it.
to his maneuvers to
Meteor
create
back,
a free
artificial ruin,
society and an
right?
equal society.
Now, what's one of the key things about glass
Napoleon
and
Bonaparte.
God? Glass creates
What happens
colors.
that involves Napoleon is eventually goes to Napoleon in
When you shine light at any
gets
angle
control of
from a
France.
glass surface,
He's
there's an
one of the
automatic
most
switch
interesting
that goes
characters.
along
He's
with
an
the
emperor,
or light on the surface.
an autocrat,
And then you
and
get the
personally
light
demanding, kind of
with
obedience
each
autocrats
wavelength.
do. But he's able, because of the way he rose to power, sort of wrap himself in the clothing of the revolution, and somehow portray himself when he wants to as the defender of the
It's
rights
like
of
you
man,
look at a
all those
glass
kinds of things.
chandelier on a beautiful
But that also
afternoon with
hamstrings
the
him. He
light
can't
coming
just
in the dining room
crush,
window.
liberty. He's got to
So
be careful
Artemis is
that
going to
when he
land
looks at
down
the
there
situation
towards
and
the
say to
lower
me,
right-hand
he
corner.
wants his gold
That's where they
mine
want
oil
us
well
to move
back.
it.
He wants the
Why?
yellow bananas to
Because
produce
some of those
again.
critters
The
never
wealth
see
of that
sunlight.
island has been
There's immense
destroyed by
amounts
the
of
uprising.
water
So
and oxygen and
Napoleon's going to
nitrogen
send
and
one of his generals,
hydrocarbon
happens to be his brother,
and mercury and a
Clark,
whole
back
bunch
to
of
the
other
island. This is
elements
sort of the
there.
last
You know that
phase
from the lacrosse mission.
of the
You
fight
can
for
use
San.
it
He's going to send
to drink,
Leclerc
to
as the guy's
breathe,
name back to
to
the
create
island with
rocket
troops,
fuel,
and their jobs
to
will
fuel
be
industry, to create
outlook for
ships.
all the various
You can
leaders
do
and mixers
incredible
and
industrial
just some
things
individual,
on
those
the
kind of people
moon
isolate the
because
promised
natural
end things that
resources.
you can be careful.
Well, where Trump tells us
Let's
back
abandon
in
some of the
2009
and crush the
that
people
the
they
South
can.
and
Trump's going
North
to have
Pole
26,000
of the
French
moon,
soldiers,
unlike the
and they're
barren
going to
places
get
we
their
land on
Americans
during Apollo around
handed to them.
the lunar equator. It's the pole where all the
First
action
of all, you have
is,
to understand
and that's where all
if
the
the Russians
viruses
can have things
have been
like general
stored
winter, which is
for billions and billions of years.
practically
So
general,
that's where they're
general
going to go.
mud,
For
when the thaws
years,
happen in the
they
whole
can
place is
get down and land
quicksand.
through
Well, then the
the
Haitians,
glass.
the people of San
That's
Domingue,
where
can have few
the
martial
South
fever,
Korea
and they
sits on
sounds like
this.
someone that doesn't care.
Remember,
It's
there are
an
three
ironic
missions
thinking
heading
more
back to
about
the moon.
Samson and the
The
Bible,
cube
how Samson had the strength of his
is
hair,
already in
and
lunar
he's
orbit,
got a whole
right?
cut the
Artemis
hair
is
off,
supposed
and he
to
was
launch
abused by them for a while, but then the
Wednesday
hair grew
morning,
back, and then came
carrying all
his
its
powers.
cameras for a month long
Central and
or
Southern
longer.
Africa had
Instead
the
of lunar orbit,
pathogenic
goes
defense
up and
shield
far away
that kept down all
with all
the
its cameras.
non-Central and
The
Southern
third
African
mission
rebels
that gets
for so
there
long,
in
but it turned
mid-December
against
is the South
African
Korean
interests
mission
because it made them
called
a
Devoted,
better choice
which
for
is a
slaves
fusion
in
of
the New
two
World, right? Because
Korean
they had
words
some
which
resistance to these
get
things
this
that killed
word.
the indigenous people, the
Enjoy
Europeans, who
food.
sort of worked against them in an ironic sort of sense for so long. But here in San Domingue, pathogenic defense shield defends the revolution.
But the ignoring mission, the South
The
Korean
deaths from the
carries a
diseases of the
33-pound
European military
camera
forces is as
from
bad
Mike
as any
Naylor.
I've ever seen
Remember
in
Mike
any
Naylor?
time.
Yeah, he was
It's
part of
absolutely
the
astounding. First of all,
right?
the British
Yeah.
in 1796,
Anyway, it's a
1797,
33-pound camera called
were
a
trying to
shadow
reconquer
which
the
is
areas
supposed
of
to
the
look
Caribbean
down
that
to
had
the
revolts and
60-mile
everything. They will
orbit
send out the
when the
largest
Navy gets there
expedition
in mid-December
certainly during this time
and
period
goes
from
into the
medieval sense, because the
60-mile
British don't tend to
circular
grow very,
orbit
very
looking down
large armies.
on
The
the
people will
south
send like
and the
200
North
ships,
Pole
30,000,
every couple of
40,000
hours as
guys
they
to these
orbit the
islands.
moon and
The
take
disease
pictures in the
crush
shadows
them.
by reflected scattered light
They will
from the
start calling the
surrounding
West
sun
Indies a
with
cemetery. They will have revolts by troops in
the
Ireland
camera will
north
be
of the border who don't want to go. It's a death
800 times
sentence.
more
And
sensitive
if you're not
than
dying
any
from the
camera,
disease, you have to
digital
deal
camera
with the
or
rebels
film
and
camera
the
we ever
slaves and these
sent to
people
the
who
moon
are now
before.
getting very organized and
It's
fight
great to
very
be
well.
able, for the
Louverture and
surveillance,
Friends
to
has
look into
created
the
an
shadows
army
and
that
see
will
where
drag you
the
out
ices
into
are
the
and the
hinterlands
volunteers
and
and the
kill you like a North
democracy.
Vietnamese
So if you
regiment.
land in the dark, to
It's
be
one of
able
my
to see
favorite
where to
stories,
land,
though, because they
you
are
can land and
absolutely
skip
horror
over
show
and
moments
blow the whole
come
thing.
from this time period. Because
But
Napoleon's
if
general
you
Leclerc, who,
really
by the
look
way,
to
will
see
himself die
where
of
there
yellow
are
fever, which
holes
is one of the prime
in the
killers.
glass
Yellow fever is
dome,
absolutely horrific.
this is exactly
And
the
it
kind
will
of
probably kill
camera
the majority of
you
you
would
have malaria.
use
You have a
to
ton of
look
right. The
through the
pathogenic
hole
defense
and
force
see
field
where it's
is
safe to
devastating.
land
Leclerc to dive into, as I said, but not before he's able to write accounts. And some of these accounts are crazy. So, for example, the clerk actually owns the plantation.
We're on the
So you have to
verge, George,
one of the ones in the area that's been scoured by insurgents.
On
And he
this
writes an
show
account
for
of
the
it
last
back
20 years.
there.
Coming
And it
through
is,
on live
I don't know what the adjective is, so let me go to the account. And again, with all these accounts, is it true? Is it not true? I don't know, but I've heard things in history that sound similar. One is reminded of the Romans who were able to get back to the battlefield at the Teutoburger Wall, right, the Teutoburger Forest, after the German tribes had been destroyed them there, and saw what the German tribesmen had left for them to find. There's echoes of that. It's right, it's rotation with him. His soldiers and a bunch of these people who owned land up in this territory as they marched back in force to the burned out area. Mark says, from a distance it looked like universal desolation. Our ruin was complete. One person hardly recognized the site of his own plantation. The other plantation of a friend he sought in vain. What the fire had spared, hands even more destructive than the flames had reduced to dust. We felt as though we were marching on the ruins of a world. Sad playthings of fate, the plantation owners, mixed in with the main body of the army, dragged themselves along, lost in contemplation of their misery. Soldiers and civilians all shared our sufferings. No black, no animal, no living creature interrupted the silence of these deserts, broken only by the rumbling of the cannon and the slow, measured pace of the troops.
Yep, we're looking at that explosion right now. Look at that. That's
Says,
wonderful.
they see
The idea was
scaffolds
we send a
stained with
vending
blood,
machine
ruins, ashes, trees,
on a
with the
10-month
heads
journey from
of
Cape Canaveral
colonists
to
already
an asteroid,
putrefied.
actually a double asteroid,
Says,
large one about half a mile across, orbited by a
as they
smaller one,
advanced,
about
they came across a horrible sight.
orbiting
Oh, what
around
an
it
abomination!
as a
Oh,
satellite.
inventive genius of cannibals! What did we see? White hands from the wrist up, coming out of the ground, with the fingers pointing upward. We stood petrified. Did they belong to bodies buried here? Had parasital hands torn them from living victims? These hands that I must have held in my own. Ah, they no doubt belonged to a father, a friend, a mother. They might have just signed the manumissions of some of these monsters who had insulted them in their agony, who had made killing a game. These whites had been torn apart. Their sufferings were over. What a terrifying rest. Their shades hovered over our heads. And those their ghosts.
At about 4 miles per second,
At one point, this story is again one of those where you think, okay, is this believable or is this hyperbole? I don't know. It's wonderful. The clerk says he gets to his own plantation, but his house is gone. The place is level, but there's 2 buildings standing because slaves were living there. So, and he says he went into one of them contained his library, and it's untouched and pristine. And he walks up to his copy of Reynolds, which he owns, which is the book we quoted from that had said, if only the blacks can overthrow the whites, and it's coming, and the great leader's going to be, raising the standard of liberty, and then eventually, when an arrow the black codes, we turn around and give white codes, and Leclerc says he comes in his study, and that book is open to that age. He's suggesting that the people who burned down his plantation were very aware of Reynolds' writing, saw the book, spared the room, opened it up to the page, so that when the people came and found what they had done, they would see the reason.
with the optics in orbit 7 million miles away. They could never get any closer. It was about as close as it comes to Earth. Right now, it was the perfect
He thinks that sounds just a little too nicely wrapped up in a bow story-wise to go away, but it's the way Leclerc wanted to frame it. That's interesting, isn't it? And the fact that the very next lines are about how he absolves Reynolds,
which you can
he
see
gets
in
to
this
say,
photograph.
evil beings can twist any ideas into evil ones, but what's so interesting and hypocritical about all this is Leclerc is himself twisting Reynolds' enlightenment ideas in a way to do something that has to be on the the short list of the worst things you can do to anyone, his job there, and it's a secret mission essentially, is to reinstitute slavery in a place where it's been done away with. Imagine being a slave, getting your freedom, and then having somebody coming from the outside and changing your mind. Clark understands, and so does Napoleon, that this has to be a secret mission, otherwise there's going to be a ton of pushback. They know they have to get Toussaint Louverture out of the way, though. He's too formidable. In 1801, which is right before Clark arrives, Louverture gets a constitution passed for sending him means he leader for life. But it also does some things that are astounding. When you think about how far we've come since 1492, right? Louverture's 1801 Constitution says, quote, there cannot exist slaves on this territory. Servitude is therein forever abolished. All men are born, live, and die free and rich. So you see, he's not saying none of our friends anymore. He's saying that those ideas of the revolution that you're saying are our Constitution too, just to be safe. He also said in the Constitution, quote, all men, regardless of color, are eligible to all employment. He says also, quote, there shall exist no distinction other than those based on virtue and talent and other superiority afforded by law in the exercise of public function. The law is the same for all, whether in punishment or in protection. It was right after this Constitution is adopted that Napoleon sends Leclerc over to San Domingo on his secret mission to basically overturn everything in it. There's Chavez to do it sort of by hook and by crook, and the one thing that can't happen because you're living on the whole plan is if it gets out that his job is to reinstate slavery. Because then you're going to have a rule by the ex-slaves on your head. You can't let the mixed race people know that, what will happen there will essentially create a caste system based on racial makeup again, right? Or they'll revolt. Got to get rid of Toussaint for sure because he's not going to stand for the reimposition of slavery. He's no angel by the way, but nobody comes to power or racial extermination would be angelic. But he will be outmaneuvered by even friendly allies. There's a lot of side changing all the way through this whole thing. Allies will he'll end up seized by the French, thrown on a ship, sent back to France, dies in a cold French jail. Potentially serious circumstances, but as Leclerc says in a letter back to France, deporting him is not going to do anything. There's 2,000 meters of this thing.
The other side of midnight at TheOtherSideOfMidnight.com from 9 o'clock Pacific to midnight Pacific is going to feature the Artemis mission. Either the Artemis mission will have successfully launched either Wednesday or Friday morning. Early Saturday morning. And we will have a mission to talk about. And if we don't, we'll talk about all the rules.
To give you an idea of my losses, the 7th Regiment arrived here with 1,395 men. It has at present 83 sick leave and 107 in the hospital. The rest have perished. The 11th Light Infantry arrived with 1,900 men. It has 163 men in service and 201 in the hospital. The 71st, which received about 1,000 men, has 19 serving the colors and 133 in the hospital. It is the same with the rest of the Army. Try and imagine that my position in a country that has been in civil war for 10 years and where the rebels are convinced that we want to reduce them to slavery. He's not suggesting they don't. He's suggesting they know the plan now and they're fighting with enthusiasm, renewed enthusiasm, and renewed hatred. This is, along with the very first part of the San Domingo uprising, right? The initial massacres at the very beginning. This is going to be the cold-blooded, maybe even more disturbing side of the whole thing. And it's not gratuitous to get into the violence because we need to understand this is the sort of news making the rounds, and it is influencing people and influencing them, through their own prism of perception. Right? They all draw different conclusions from what they're seeing here, but the stories are absolutely send the chill up your spine type stuff, and on both sides. So one of the things Genghis' primary source of the Haitian Revolution is he has a witness account from a French officer sort of near the end of this thing. Things are getting really bad. And at the end, of course, the British now swing on the other side again, and they're helping the rebels in Saint Domingue, and the generals are switching sides, and the power is shifting precariously, and then against the French quickly, and atrocities are happening. Genghis Prince, the French officer named Shaw, first describes how the French soldiers deal with the blacks. He says, drowning is the usual way of putting to death black prisoners. I've been told that on several occasions thousands were drowned at the same time, and their bodies were often seen floating onto the shore. Humanity is a casualty. Those who are caught in the town secretly plotting against the French are hanged. Those who have done most harm, as leaders or otherwise, are burned or devoured by dogs. The commander-in-chief has brought many large dogs from Havana for this purpose. As we've said, right? We're just positively telling for reactions. Says, quote, thus we are no longer surprised to learn that the least of the tortures our prisoners endure is to be grilled or barbecued, sawn between two planks, have their eyes torn out with a bale hook, and then be slashed with a cutlass, and be hauled up under the armpits to expire under the blows of a cudgel, or be given the burning ankles torture, or others to be made to reveal information. In short, he writes, every violence that the most refined cruelty could invent, to be shot is a favor. What a war, good God! The fiercest days of combat in Europe do not expose the soldier to the suffering that the smallest skirmish or ambush here can lead to. How will you fear the French ever going to push these kinds of people resisting for a decade or more like this back into bondage? How are you going to reduce the level of chattel slaves once they've had this level of commitment? To be free, right? And have been experiencing it for as long as they have. The French understand the problem. These people the intellectual contagion of liberty, and that makes for bad slaves. Now, maybe a deprogram was one of those in the modern world. I didn't logically remove so that they can be some certain the degradations of slavery. Once they've been freed from that, had that spirit that Frederick Douglass said came out when he contemplated freedom shoved back into the bottle like the genie in the lamp. For those who are irredeemable, you can have to kill them. And if it's all for them, you have to kill them.
The new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime.
In the fall of 1802, while the clerk died of yellow fever while pleading to Napoleon for more troops, Christophe and Dessalines, two of Saint Domingue's generals, deserted the French. The clerk's successor, General Rochambeau, then resorted to a policy of at least partial genocide. The French concluded that Saint Domingue could be pacified only by exterminating most of the existing black and mulatto population, which could later be replaced by African slaves. And it says that this racial war, this stage in the Haitian Revolution of 1802-1803 carried profound implications. He said, everybody, black and mulatto specifically, and it says, quote, Napoleon's reversal of French policy showed that a white nation could reinstitute slavery, strip the free descendants of slaves of their rights, and kill even children of the stigmatized race if their families had been contaminated with ideas of liberty. And
Countryman Jay Leno in the Ghost and Burns Center visited Sam Burns to the left side of his face while working on his famous theme park. He says he's okay. Orange County Fire Authority's technical rescue team had to rescue a man placed 40 feet in the air. The man got stuck in a palm tree he was swimming. Apparently, tree rescues are pretty common in Orange County. Staff ran the weather from 405 maybe 50,000 people. A high fire danger warning as the Charlotte Valley Tuesday.
Because the perennial warm transpiration of the fringe is ongoing, and sometimes the British interest will change and French interest will change. If it helps her on the other side, in this case, the British are going to help the Haitian Revolution, and when the French have to leave, disgracing like 1803, they'll flee to their great army and invade British ships in order to be taken off the island, so they will be massacred. Leaders have defeated time or another the Spanish armies, British armies, French armies, Royalist armies. The guy who's calling the shots by the time all this is over, he's a ferocious character, so I can say. And don't picture some slave in rags. These are people who are dressing like black versions of George Washington, or Napoleon, or the Duke of Wellington. They're in those kind of uniforms, and the hats and feathers and the whole thing, right? They're Africans, because they are.
So reach out, let's chat,
and learn more about how we can help with the French for Sandy is over. This ferocious Jean-Jacques Dessalines wants to make sure that the island and its population becomes entirely African and stays that way. Infamous culling all of whites in San Domingue once he takes over an absolute white genocide. It is some of the most scary stuff you'll ever read because in early 1804, he issued a Declaration of Independence that sets up this retaliatory genocide, is the way I read it. One account wanted by the genocide in response to another genocide. French ideologically, and with the population of the French engagement of burning out those infected with Ebola, two sides can play in that game. And the sort of things that Jean-Jacques Dessalines says in the Declaration subsequent announcement several months later, which is really sort of a justification for the genocide that he's moving for. Well, there are a few things like in history, most of the things like it come from a really long time ago, not relatively recently. But not only is it frightening and scary and intimidating, one author called seething, it's meant to be the same way that the French colonists wanted their spectacular executions to send a message of horrible and talked about high profile. Jean-Jacques Dessalines feels the same way. It says so. The lines from his declaration includes no one's going to have it next or frightening. He says, for example, for 14 years we have been the victims of our own gullibility and tolerance, defeated not by French arms, but by the pitiful eloquence of their official proclamations. When therefore shall we tire of breathing the same air as they do? What do we have in common with this murderous nation? Its cruelty compared to our evident moderation, its color unlike our own, the wide seas that separate us, our avenging climate, all tell us that they are not our brothers and never will be. If they find refuge among us, they will again seek to cause trouble, to divide us. He says, where are all of your loved ones? He mentions your sisters, brothers, children. Then he says, these people, these vultures, hate them. What do you do about that? There's a lot of implied things here. And his speech, after some of this genocide has been carried out, delivered the proclamation to the end of April 1804, and written by his secretary, because this sort of flowing language doesn't necessarily roll off the tongue of this former slave. He's more of a doer, not a talker. His secretary puts words into his mouth that will frighten every slave society still on the planet that reads it. And he connects this unbelievable bloodletting. The stories are insane. 44 supply that people have to walk around these stacks of hundreds and hundreds of white bodies are on both sides of the street. Just terrible, terrible stuff.
Charles Richmond joins us. The all-time book of fascinating facts. He's going to tantalize all of us. Make sure you're part of the program.
Murderous
We'll
human
come back and take some final
is
calls
tying
with
his
Richard Hoagland
ideas
right
to
after the
the
break here.
ideas
If you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider, it's a great deal. If you can always go back and listen if you're an insider, and it's only 15
as with
cents.
everything else, it sounds relatively innocuous and maybe even high-minded moral sentiment written on the page and read by the audience. Sometimes there's a little bit different practice than here. He doesn't mean it's wrong.
Hi, this is Aria from San Diego, California, and I'm looking at Coast Insiders because I can listen to any show, anytime, anywhere, if I'm in the garden, if I'm walking on the beach, and there's no more people like it's amazing. Give it a try.
Such things.
Sign up one of two ways. Our website, coasttocoastam. Right at the top of the homepage, it says Coast Insider.
Avenging each of the entire continent and all of the indigenous peoples for hundreds of years.
And the app is free to download. Just put down profiles and go to subscriptions, and you can sign up that way. Available now if you're in Canada.
So you know where he was thinking, thought about calling it the Sons of the Sun.
Bodies enjoy playing back to down, not living like they used to, not prepared shipping with the relief. Restore, rebuild, and revive. George's motion series, the George
Finally, the hour of vengeance has struck, and the implacable enemies of the rights of man have received the punishment their crimes deserve. I raised over their guilty heads my arm that for too long had been restrained, and this signal, ordained by a just God, your hands divinely armed, set the axe to the ancient tree of slavery and prejudice. In vain at time, and still more the diabolical politics of the Europeans, encased in triple armor, you stripped away this armor and placed it on your own breasts, becoming, like your natural enemies, cruel and pitiless, like an overflowing torrent that roars, uproots, and carries all before it. Your avenging passion has swept away everything that's impetuous path. May thus perish all who tyrannize the innocent, all oppressors of the human race. Yes, we have rendered unto these true cannibals, war for war, crime for crime, outrage for outrage. Yes, I have saved my country. I have avenged America.
Together as a team, we can get back to the way we were, which is decreased discomfort, decreased range of motion, and decreased inflammation.
Restore, rebuild, and free gifts revive the George miracle. Now with free shipping at healthylooking.com or 800-560-8125. George's Motion Series, the George Miracle, 800-560-8125. Or at healthylooking.com.
This holiday season, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation delivers
Somehow, some kind of force
good and never forget the sacrifices of
economic engine started again.
for us. The annual season
Just
of hope,
devastating.
Thanksgiving and New
Not
Year's Eve,
producing
the
anything
foundation
like
is
we used to
delivering
produce.
mortgage-free
Everyone would
homes
love to have a
to
gold
dozens and dozens of America's catastrophic
that
injured
about 2 or
veterans,
3
fallen
years
first
ago,
responder families, and Gold Star families. One hero receiving the new home during this season of hope is U.S. Army
is the
veteran
knife
Maggie
throat
Roach.
of a
Maggie
slave
was
nation.
26 years old when she was deployed to Afghanistan back 7
Like
years
we all said,
Just a few months later, she was struck by a suicide bomber, causing permanent life-changing injuries. Now Tunnel to Towers is delivering a fully adapted mortgage-free smart home to Maggie and her family in time for holidays. Smart homes ease the financial burdens that veterans face and make their lives simpler. Help America's greatest heroes and their families this holiday season. Donate just $11 a month. Tunnel to Towers at TPT.org. That's the letter T, the number 2, the letter T. TPT.org.
being the greatest slave trading nation on the high seas to seizing every slave
You
ship
sleep well. I
they
didn't
find.
until I started using 100% drug-free
United
release
States.
factor sleep. I know you often listen to the
Very
show with
first
3 hours
day
in the
that the
morning, but
United
no matter
States
what
is
time your
allowed
head
to
hits the
under
pillow,
the
good
United
sleep
States
is
our
important.
Constitution.
I'm George Doran here for Release Factor Sleep, the same company that helps tens of thousands of people every month relieve their
That
pain
they're allowed to,
has
which is
designed a
January
100% drug-free, non-addictive sleep supplement that leaves you feeling rested and restored. After a good night's sleep, I wake up ready to go without the sluggish feeling of taking another sleep day. Try Relief Back to Sleep for the low introductory price of $19.95 for the first month. Try it out for yourself and experience the sleep our bodies are meant to get and need. Get the rest that will
He sounds like the greatest anti-slave person you've ever heard in your life. It's so hard to get your mind around.
Go to relieffactor.com/sleep or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's relieffactor.com/sleep or call 1-800-4-RELIEF.
Jefferson's
Feel
terms,
the difference
you can
with
read
Relief
his right
Factor Sleep.
and realize he's a bit of a Nostradamus, and he figures out before the genocide in Haiti ever even begins way back in 1797 that the fuse is lit now, and he has this phrase that just sticks in
Welcome
my
back to
head,
Coast
but
to
this is
Coast.
what
George
the
Story
names of the
along with Richard
programs.
Copeland. Let's
He says we're going to be the murderers of our own children.
along with Richard Messages, Other Side of Midnight.
George Tucker on August 28,
Let's go
1797.
to Eric in the state of Washington. Welcome to the program. Hey,
Said,
Eric, thanks for
talking
holding.
about Santo Domingo, which was their name for the
Eric,
San Domingo.
there you go.
Coast to coast.
And he says we're going to have a soft landing from this, and it's going to have to be sooner
I wanted to
than we
first
thought.
take a couple comments, Richard, and then ask
Jefferson
you a
was
question.
already suggesting that it may be too late
My
for a soft
comments are,
landing
one
for
is, I
slavery,
think that
but there's one
your
more
monument
question
to
that have to
Mars
be figured
and
out.
your new
But
imaging
he
lab
says that this
is just the
first
most
chapter,
amazing
which has
discovery
begun, he says, in
with the
San
human race
Domingo,
that's ever been done.
and the next succeeding ones, he said, which will show how the whites are going to be driven out from all the other islands. He says that should prepare our minds for thinking about this.
Connected with some of
And then says,
the folklore.
and the sooner we put some plan underway,
Also,
the greater hope there is that it may be permitted to proceed peaceably to its ultimate effect. But if something is not done, and soon done, we shall be the murderers of our own children.
You know, because we talked about with
I'm
George,
afraid
with his
the breezes warning the sailors of the coming
I think it's all
gale
connected to the sun god.
continues, has already reached
Memorial
us.
for his
The
beautiful daughter.
revolutionary storm now sweeping the globe will be upon us,
My
and happily
question
we
is
make timely provision
also,
to give it an easy passage over our land. From the present state of things in Europe and America, the day which begins our combustion must be near at hand, and only a single spark is wanted to make that day tomorrow. If we had begun sooner, we might probably have allowed a lengthier operation to clear ourselves. But every day's delay lessens the time it may take for emancipation.
now. So we have two space programs.
He's scared.
The real one,
This isn't high-minded, enlightenment ideals. He's seeing the murder of his own
and
children.
then the NASA one, which
Maybe
is kind of
he's
safe.
seeing the U.S.
Because we're using rockets, we're using, they can't even get a gas that works right after 40 years.
I'm sure
Working
there are
with
people
liquid
intelligent,
hydrogen. Come on.
knowledgeable
So
enough to
NASA's like
tease
this.
out the importance of all the individual strands that make up
So
reality
we're
of the
all
story.
supposed to look like Randy the magician, you know, that, the right hand is seeing what the left hand is doing.
The effect
So there's
of
a real program
changing
and a fake
economics which
program.
incentivizes
The
different
fake
things.
program,
In
to a
more
certain
modern
extent,
terms,
is what
they
we
did
see in
earlier.
NASA. The real program, the secret
Leveling up
fake program,
maybe
the deep state program,
more
is the one
rays
where
of
they really
attitudes towards
explore the rules,
morality.
pretending for, remember,
The
the
impact of
CIA
religion,
took
which
the
is also
photograph
tied in with the
of the
evolution.
ruins of the
I
moon
don't know
over half a
what
century
value
ago.
any of those things should
And
have.
that's why Kennedy
Or
suddenly,
slavery
out of
and some
nowhere,
kind of
said,
violence as
we're
well.
going to the moon.
I will say
Did that in May of
in
61,
1893, which
May
is 90 years since the 90th
26,
anniversary of the Haitian
we choose to go to the moon.
Revolution, and it was also
Great
30
stuff. They
years
choose
since
to
the
do it
emancipation
secret. That's why
proclamation
they
for
killed
the
it.
slaves in the United States. A very
Well,
elderly,
that's one of those
not that
theories,
far
that's for
away
sure.
from death,
Next up, let's
Frederick
go
Douglass
to
made a
Joe in
speech
Monterey,
in Chicago.
California. Joseph, go ahead.
Something like the kicking
Thank you,
off of
George.
the
Thank you.
surveyors and exhibit
Oh,
there to
Mr. Hogan,
Haiti.
finally
He's
I
been a
have a chance
representative
to
to
talk
Haiti
to you.
from the United States, and so he's
Two
invited to
questions,
speak
very briefly,
to
very
a crowd
quickly.
that is
Do you think that the moon is occupied, that there's
1,500 of the best citizens of Chicago and
at least one way,
rich, powerful,
and that it was
white.
brought here a long, long time ago?
1890s are
Okay, let me
known
think.
by
We don't have a lot of
black
time. Let's
folks.
do
There's
this
lots of
quickly.
religious
The
no
moon was
equal
brought
rights at
here.
all. I mean, it's nothing to look back on as some sort of right or
We'll talk about
towards
that
error for
Saturday night.
racial harmony,
Is
but
there
it's
anybody
interesting
on
to
the moon
note
now?
the reaction of this
Probably the correct way.
crowd to the
We
speech,
think
because
they've
the speech
established
is
that
one.
they,
The
remember
parade
his
is what
was on.
happened 90
There's
years
a
previously
Nazis
in
that left
Haiti.
here using the I could imagine
race
technology
war
that they,
where both sides were exterminating each other with the worst
during
atrocities
World War
imaginable
II.
were
At
going
the end of the war, they
on. And when
abandoned the
Frederick
Earth,
Douglass
set up
says
outposts on the moon, on Mars,
things
or
about
whatever,
the
and they've been
revolution
out
that
there
are
for 70
more
plus years.
positive, the
And
crowd
so I think they're the
applauds
ones
when he decries the fact that a
genuine
Haitian person coming to the United States, a
maybe,
Haitian person would be
maybe
treated
not.
very well in the same all over the world, will be discriminated against, treated unfairly. It shouldn't be that way. The crowd applauds. I mean, this is not an audience of black folks, white radicals. This is the power structure.
But
This is a famous
that we
speech
do
by
have
Frederick
a large
Douglass where he points out
contingent of extraterrestrials visiting us all the time.
2 cents on the question
What
of
do you
how
think of the
much
Hollow
did
Earth
all
theory?
these different things,
I don't.
abolitionism,
I
economics,
think that in
morals,
terms of the
slavery
moon,
rules,
there was a
how much did
natural
each of them play in
object
the whole
on which
thing?
a lot of
He
artificial
said,
stuff was
I have
built.
the transcripts
Kind
of
of
the
like
clauses
the
mentioned
planet
it happens.
Trantor in Isaac
In
Asimov's
just vindication of Haiti, I can go one
and
step
the
further.
artificial stuff
I
that
can
goes
speak of
deep
her
for
not
40
only words
or
of
50 or
admiration,
100
but
miles,
words of
but the
gratitude
moon
as well.
itself is not hollow.
She has grandly served the cause of universal human liberty. We should not forget that the freedom you and I enjoy today, that the freedom that 800,000 colored people enjoy in the British West Indies, the freedom that has come to the colored race the world over, is largely due to the brave stand taken by the black sons of Haiti 90 years ago. When they struck for freedom, they said, they built it better than they knew. Their swords were not drawn and could not be drawn simply for themselves alone. They were linked and interlinked with their race, and striking for their freedom, they struck for the freedom of every black man in the world. My transcripts.
Shuttle, and the second one is could the
I'm not going to argue with Frederick Douglass when he thinks the most important strands of all this change in the zeitgeist were. I'm just going to say that the fact that that audience in that era comprised those particular people applauding like that, and he pauses over and over and over again, is a sign that there was something else to being in between. Changes in our attitudes,
unmanned, much
and
smaller
demands that
craft.
our attitudes
They
change.
launch it on a very heavy rocket into orbit. It stays in orbit for, in this case, years.
That's
And
the
then
way
they
that we
bring it
just
down by
ended
remote
the
control. They don't
conversation.
relay
Frederick
any
Douglass was
data
moving
from
around
the satellite
when he
while it's
paused
in
by
space.
the
They
best citizens,
basically
of
store
course,
it
in
digitally on
Chicago.
board, and then
It's
they bring
noteworthy
it
that
home.
that is a
So
northern
there's no
state.
telltale
In
radio
the
signal to tell
1890s,
anybody
had that
where it
speech
is,
been
where
given
it's been,
in
or
a
where it's
place like
going.
Atlanta, it might have been received quite
I
differently. I'm
realized
sort of
years
fascinated by
ago
the
that it
reasons
was
that
another
might be.
shaggy dog story.
Because
The
we
X-37C,
ended this
I do
story
not
because
think
the
that they
story was
fly
about the
satellites
Atlantic slave
in Earth
trade,
orbit for a
specifically
long-term
in the
exposure
middle, as far as a
security
lot
or
of people
whatever.
are concerned.
I think
We
it's
still
a
don't get the
secret
last 60, 70
reconnaissance
years of
of
slavery in
whoever
places like
is
Brazil
on
and Cuba
the
and
moon.
the southern United States,
And
where
I
the big
think they
last
send it out
holdouts of
for
the
long
Americans.
orbit. They take
Maybe that's for
images,
another day, and if so,
radar data,
my
every
entire
sensory
life's work
data.
on the question
They
of
store it
bondage
on
will be a
board,
3-part
then
series,
they bring it
which
home
was about
and
the
download the
institution
data
as a whole.
so no one sees
Why
it in
this
space.
carbon was
And
about
the way
just
I
what
know
happened
this is
the Atlantic
when
slave
you
trade
look
would
at
be the
the
last part. So
launch
we know
vehicle
how it
required
ended
to
in
send
places
it
like the
to
United
orbit.
States, but it's worth pointing out that it ended differently in some of these
That the Air
places, and
Force
maybe
could
there
procure
was some
at the
interesting
time. It would
stuff
fly
to
rockets
mine from
to
that.
send it into space.
Intelligent
It was
people.
such
It's true. Had he posed the
overkill
question, maybe
for
he
only
knew the
going
answer,
into
but
low Earth orbit.
we've been
But its
comparing
track
this
was just
to
about
addiction.
adequate
I'm
to
addicted to
send it
bondage.
to and
Is
from
there a difference
the moon.
between an addict deciding
Yeah,
that they
go
have
ahead,
enough
Janet.
of what they're doing, or that it's bad for
The
them, or that it's
question about
wrong, or
gravity.
any
I'm
number of
trying to
things where they might
understand if I
decide for
understand gravity
themselves
correctly.
that it is
I
time for
heard
me
you
to
still
stop
talk
this
about the
behavior
topic
that
many
I
times
do
say
too
that the
often,
reason
and
we're
that is not a
sitting
good
on
for
our
long term,
planet,
versus
on
someone
the
who
planet,
simply as an
rather than
outsider
flying
that
off
may
the
come in
planet,
and say,
it's not because
okay,
gravity
you're not
is
doing this
pulling us
anymore,
down
you're
as
taking
we
this
often
stuff
say.
that you have a
The
habit
Earth
for that you
stays
don't do,
around
we're
us,
going to
it's
prohibit you
pushing us
from
down.
using again.
So I'm wondering, am
So
I
those people
correct in
didn't
deducing
come to
from
their own
that
conclusion that
that
what they were doing
explains
needed to
why
stop. Somebody
everything
just
falls
stopped
Earth at
it.
exactly the same rate? In other
In
words,
the U.S. South,
the
for
Earth
example,
stays
and
around any
knowing making
body
these
is
statements, it's like
proportional
saying the
to its
Germans in the
mass.
Second World War
And that's what
The Germans in the Second World War might have had a whole lot of different ideas. They're not one group of people, so we're generalizing.
of
But the American South
and that's
never
why
came
they
to a
both
conclusion
pour
as a
at the
whole
same
that
rate
slavery
and reach
was
the earth
wrong,
at the same
that
time.
they
That's
should get
correct.
rid of it,
Well,
that it
that's
was an
the
abomination,
standard
that it was
Einstein
past
model.
its historical
Relativity
sell-by date.
model of
Those
a
things were never a part of the equation. Right? And
There's
we've asked
another
earlier
model
in
my
life,
friend
how
the
long would it have
content
taken the
climate
South
with
to eliminate slavery on its own, had there not been a U.S. Civil War and the Emancipation Proclamation? Cuba did it in 1886, which is the year Geronimo surrenders in the American Indian Wars, as they were called then. Sort of officially, and what it means to happen
written by a scientist named Lefebvre.
Brazil doesn't officially abolish slavery until 1888. That's all the 20th century.
Created by the ethers.
So these last holdouts who have a ton of slaves left are seeing their individual stories end in different ways. So the global version participating in this sort of leveling up of public opinion, the turning of the iceberg during the time it turned, like the last wars of past cigarettes.
Of a large object, the same way that light and color things are.
The other thing that's kind of worth pointing out is that
physical explanation
talk about
and
how
our
slavery ended
hyperdimensional
100
physics
years
work
ago.
tends
People
to
get
lean
over
you
it,
in the direction
but they're
of
ignoring
the
the fact that it
model.
didn't
The
really
gravity
end
is a
100
total.
years ago.
It's not a
Because
force.
once the United States Civil War, to just use the American example only, ended, many of the same elements from slavery are put back into place, not only but many of the same elements, including the one element that we still live with today, this inherited skin-color-based caste system, which probably would have died out by now if it hadn't been around. Even when I was a kid, legally, it was said that in the South it was legal for places to say that they were only to have whites stay in their hotels, whites eat in their restaurant. There's famous photographs of Dr. Martin Luther King being handcuffed at a lunch counter in a southern restaurant simply for having the audacity as a black man to sit there. Rosa Parks on the bus. I mean, these are famous stories that happened not that long ago. So it's not quite slavery, but it's not quite freedom either. And even after the 1960s, this caste system still lives in the minds and hearts of many people. I don't know what a natural run time to estimate it would take for that to die out. But I do think we have to remember there's something like that. There's like
a little blurb on
retrograde,
about a
backwards kind of thinking.
Comforted range
The people who came up with this thing still had
do we have something to fear about with the
back at them.
why is the that possible? In dragmatic deep space, I know that Feature 1, Feature 2, play out there, but
be sure to follow us on Twitter. The address is @hardcorehistory.
For hardcore history t-shirts or other merchandise, go to dancarlin.com.
If you think the show you just heard is worth $1, Dan and Ben would love to have it. A buck a show, it's all we ask. Go to dancarlin.com for information on how to donate to the show.
Hey, everyone, back for one quick second to talk again about Battle Guide Virtual Tours. You may have heard me bring them up before. I looked up with these guys during the first bit of COVID when they were doing live tours of places like battlefields and friends, and everything all of a sudden were shut down. And this is the way they figure out how to pivot out of so many areas to suppose figure out what to do in the same circumstances. And I love the way these guys did it. They converted a battlefield tours into virtual, so it allowed them to utilize a bunch of different elements. And obviously, a live situation. And I'm not saying this is a pure situation. They both have their strengths and weaknesses. What I am saying is if you save up all the money as an American to go to another France and walk these battlefields, first of all, there will be things missing. You won't understand why. But I won't worry about later, which you get as part of these battle guide virtual tours. When you do those, but how might you next week after you have more expensive on your trip to friends to do this, to want to go to Russia and visit Stalingrad,
I was
right?
wondering about the dark distance. Do
But
you
you do
feel
that
like
in a
that
virtual
environment
sense. You
from
can
the Alexander's model
in a
of like
battlefield
origin,
tour
the origin
every day.
of the universe?
There's different ways to
So
access them. By the way, there's a live
I
version,
know
which
that's all I've been
part of it
thinking
online.
about
You
from
can
that.
do live
Well, the
historians
problem
there. You
is,
can ask
and this
questions,
gets into
all
the
kinds of
deeper
things
level
like
we're
that.
going to talk about
So that's a real-time thing. And
Saturday
that
night.
goes into the archives. It's available for you to download anytime, anywhere. Right? It's not as a sort of hard copy version. You can buy those individually. You can sign up for a subscription service and access all of them. And they have new ones all the time. I just think if you're a military history fan, this is a gimme kind of thing, especially for the gift for people who are also military history fans. This is a fun thing that's worth trying. If you like history, get 50% off. You can go to battleguide.co.uk/Dan-Carlin.
But their actual numbers,
That's
like document that people were not who actually
battleguide.co.uk/Dan-Carlin.
whirling around
And you get
each other.
50% off if
They
you
were
want to
two
go have all the archive tours
and
and
when
see
you
what it's
see
all
the
about.
others,
But we're talking about something that combines
beautiful
technology like drone images, 360 and satellite imagery, on-the-ground video, veteran accounts, period footage, photographs. It's an interesting mix of things that if you are interested in this kind of stuff, and just to eliminate the complexity of these battlefields in ways that is difficult to conceptualize in any other situation. Those of you out there who've read books and read maps, who've seen movies, and you try to get a mental image of things. This is one of the best ways I've ever discovered to do it. I hope you'll check it out. Go to battleguide.co.uk/Dan-Carlin. Get 50% off and see what I'm talking about.
Exciting, and it could begin next week. Richard C. Holden. Up next, we're going to talk about Dr. Knowledge on Coast to Coast.
Sign up now for Ghost Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Did you hear what I hear? It's the sound of exclusive offers mailing from the ValPack Holiday Workshop. This November, ValPack is teaming up with iHeartRadio to bring you a special holiday edition of the Blue Envelope. Together, we're giving you an easy-to-scan QR code to stream all your favorite holiday tunes through the iHeartRadio app. Plus, check your envelope to see if our outcome snuck a $100 check inside. Dash to the mailbox for your ValPack envelope. No purchase necessary. Prohibited. See specially marked ValPack envelopes or valpack.com for details.
Hey, all the team stars, let's talk about your home and what is coming at it next. Every home in America, including yours, is going full electric faster than any of us ever imagined. That means your home needs to be ready for increased electrical demands at a time when the grid is already strained, energy costs are going up, and rolling outages are more common than ever. So where do you start? You start by going solar with a complete solar solution. That means electric vehicle-ready panels to cancel out your power bill and a Tesla Powerwall backup battery system. Who do you call? The only company that I have trusted to put solar on my own home. Sunlight. With Sunlight, it's simple. It's always the best design, the best equipment, world-class installation, and all of it covered with the best warranty and customer service in the industry. So get in front of what's coming with a complete EV-ready panel and Powerwall system. Sunlight. Start today at sunlight.com. Sunlight.com. CSLB 100.
Yellowstone, television's #1 show is back on Paramount Network. I don't know who saw. We swear to a whole the Constitution of the state of Montana. This all is born and domestic, featuring all-star cast led by Academy Award winner Kevin Costner. Invasion is over. No fights you carry. Is there any as the Duggan family fights to protect their legacy. Their learned power has a price. Time is a declaration of war. Already war closed down. New episodes Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern, exclusively on Paramount Network. You can listen to KFI everywhere, like you haven't noticed. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
He was like family. I'm Rick Kenneth in the KFI 24-hour news list. We're getting more details from the mother of the Simi Valley woman found murdered. Robin Castillo is trying to make sense of the murder of his daughter, apparently by her ex-son-in-law.
He's been in my life for so many years. I love him like a son, but I've never been past family. It's very, very sad for his son.
25-year-old Rachel Castillo was found dead in the Antelope Valley on Sunday, 3 days after she was reported missing. Her ex-husband is behind bars on suspicion of murder. Jennifer Tebow, wife of California Governor Newsom, testified in Harvey Weinstein's sexual assault trial. Mark Mayfield with more.
The filmmaker alleged the disgraced movie producer raped her in a hotel room in 2005. Weinstein has already been convicted of sex crimes in New York. He's pleaded not guilty to California charges, including 4 counts of rape and others in incidents from 2004 to 2013. Civil Newsom was the fourth accuser to testify, becoming emotional and saying she believed at the time that Weinstein could make or break her career.
It's official. Republican Orange County Congresswoman Michelle Steele will serve its second term. Steele took nearly 54% of the vote. She represents several coastal cities, including Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, and Laguna Beach. Funny man Jay Leno is recovering at the Grossman Burn Center in West Hills. He sustained burns to the left side of his face while working on his famous steam car. Reports say his eye and ear were not injured, and he says he's going to be okay and will be back up to it in about a week or two. Southland weather from KFI, gusty Santa Ana winds and a high fire danger warning as we start off our Tuesday. Gusts to as strong as 55 miles per hour. Still plenty of sunshine, highs in the 70s. Right now it's 47 degrees in Seal Beach checks in with 48. Canoga Park reports 47, and it's 50 degrees in Ontario. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Greg Kennedy.
In Westminster, there is a full freeway closure on 105 southbound from Golden West to Wolsa Avenue. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. South LA, this is the Monday, 1 lane southbound, right before 8. Clear up route from an earlier crash. Take up the left lane. You're seeing some delays from just after Vernon Avenue. And in Woodland Hills, there's a work zone 101 southbound from Valley Circle to Topanga Canyon. 2 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. They always keep sharp. For emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for powering the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and schools, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs, whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services, or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or taking control. Taking control means time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUTHIV Power.com. On Thanksgiving, I get the hunger to make it. Then I take the credit, and my family tells me how thankful they are for me. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Toronto. Number 5.
Thanksgiving greetings. Reward members get a free steak and cutting board Thanksgiving Day.
Number 4.
It's the party in the pit. You can win $100 in product chips on table games with the reward card. Friday, 2 to 10 p.m.
3.
Beat the Black Friday deals in our ballroom. Shop Coach, Jimmy, LG, Creepyart, and many more top brands. The 25th, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And you can pay with points.
Number 2.
Thanksgiving official giveaway. You can choose your own reward card. The 21st or 22nd.
And the number 1 reason.
Henry, live February 10th. Get tickets now.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good times. And Howling, I love Roundtree Gardens. If you're searching for a senior living community for your loved one, Roundtree Gardens is the best. True story. A friend of mine who's a doctor, and he told me his 8-year-old dad visited a dozen senior living communities before they chose Roundtree Gardens. They chose for different reasons. The doctor loves Roundtree Gardens because of the caring staff and essential services like on-site medical, pharmacy, dietitians, and a wellness gym. But his dad chose Roundtree Gardens because the campus is gorgeous, featuring cottages and apartments, nestled amongst huge trees and gardens. But the pleasure for that meal. The resort-class venues and dining rooms are like expensive restaurants. From independent living to assisted living to skilled nursing, Round Tree Gardens is the senior living community that you've been searching for. Now, space is often limited, so please hurry and take advantage of the great KFI listener move-in special. Visit roundtreegardens.com, roundtreegardens.com, that's roundtreegardens.com. The future of audio is here, and it's always free. Listen to what you want and whenever you want. I'm going to do that right now. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all of your music, radio, and podcasts. For all of your AC, heat, and plumbing problems, NextGen is your handy neighbor. Get that flow drain line clean with a $58 drain special from NextGen. Call 8333 NextGen. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie. That was a song from our friends at ZZ Top. In a moment, Dr. Knowledge joins us, Charles Richbourne. We're going to talk about some incredible facts and figures. And of course, later on, we'll take your calls on Coast to Coast AM. You know, the last time I announced that BullionMax.com had a solid silver alien coin as part of their silver starter kit for Coast to Coast listeners, they sold out in just 2 weeks. Bang. Well, guess what? BullionMax.com/Coast just got another shipment of hard-to-find alien coins in just in time for the holiday gift-giving season. And you know why did you buy gold and silver? Because it's a hedge against inflation and geopolitical instability. Without their Bitcoin, BullionMax.com is who you can trust to help you buy gold and silver in any denomination. Have it shipped fully insured to your door, or you can store it in your own safe. And right now, only at BullionMax.com/Coast can you get 5 ounces of silver bars and coins, including your favorite limited vintage alien silver coin. These are all solid precious metal pieces, so you can hedge against inflation while having a cool collector's item. Go to BullionMax.com/Coast. That's how you do it. Before these silver starter kits sell out again, and they will. BullionMax.com/Coast.
Real people, real stories.
I had bruising edges and sore over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore. I've got a Labrador. He could hardly lift himself up off the floor. I won't tell you what's been there instead, but the treatment was chemotherapy. And I said, no, wait. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it. She took to it right away. In 3 weeks, you could tell. She's very alert. Into the protocol. She seemed like she was 100%. She was going to life on one. Like, my goodness, she was just like prime again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Charles Richbourne, also known as Dr. Knowledge, has built one of the largest collections in the world of fascinating facts and tidbits and stories that serve as a source for his knowledge in a nutshell book series.
which Ron served as a news and sports director of WJAS in Pittsburgh and top college journalist. He founded a news service called Century Features, which syndicated interesting facts to newspapers and radio stations worldwide. And his real love is finding, researching, and writing facts, stories, and quotes that are surprising, amazing, relevant, educational, entertaining, and fun to learn. His website is knowledgeinanutshell.com, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. He's got a couple books out called Knowledge in a Nutshell, the all-time book of fascinating facts. Charles, welcome back. How are you?
It's great to be with you again, George.
Looking forward to this. These are exciting little things. How'd you get interested in all these?
Well, it all started when I was in high school. I don't know if you remember the name Bob Prince, was a baseball announcer here.
Oh, yeah. He was a giant.
He sure was. And I was a 13, 14-year-old kid. He had just come to town, and I really admired him. And I found out that he lived right down the street from where we lived. And so one hot summer day, with a lot of guts, I walked down, knocked on the door, and said how much I enjoyed listening to him. His wife had answered the door. She invited me in. He couldn't have been nicer. She made popcorn. We sat there and talked and started a lifelong friendship, really. But the point is, he got me, I was a great baseball fan, a great radio fan in those days, and he got me a job at WJAS in Pittsburgh, the station you're on in Pittsburgh now.
Yeah.
And my job was to, this is long before computers, this is more than 50 years ago, the news came over teletypes, and my job was to tear off the sheets of paper that came as the news came over the teletypes. And they had up on the wall, they had nails. You put news stories here, sports stories here, business stories on the next nail, feature stories on the next one, and so on. But that was my job, just to clear the news that was coming over the teletypes. So anyhow, they had me working on July 4th. Naturally, I was the youngest one there, so I had to work on July 4th. And while I was sitting there on July 4th, the feature story came over the teletype from the Associated Press, saying that 3 of the first 5 U.S. presidents all died, not only all died on the same date, all of unrelated causes, but of all the dates in the year, it was July the 4th. What an amazing story. That is true. 3 of the first 5 U.S. presidents all died on July 4th. How about that? So I took that news story off the wire and made a copy of it, and that just started my desire to collect amazing stories like that you just, many times just stumble into, just read. And just to clarify that story, George, the second president, John Adams, and the third president, Thomas Jefferson, both died on the same July 4th, 1826, which also happened to be the 50th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, oddly enough, which Jefferson wrote. And they died of completely unrelated causes. Adams was in Massachusetts, Jefferson was in Virginia. And then the fifth president, James Monroe, died on July 4th, 1831. And so what are the odds that 3 of the first 5 presidents would all die on the same date to begin with? And of all dates in the year, it was July 4th. And we almost had 4 of the first 5 presidents dying on July 4th, because the 4th president, James Madison, died on June 28th. He just missed July 4th by 1 week.
Charles, what is your criteria for picking the stories you pick?
Well, number one is accuracy. In fact, I studied journalism in college, and they said the 2 biggest things that cover the story are accuracy and speed. And of the 2, accuracy is the most important. So it has to be accurate. And unfortunately, with the computer, there are a lot of things on there that aren't true. And so you really have to be careful. My newest book, I really put, a lot of pains to try to double, triple, quadruple. Our book is the all-time book of fascinating facts, where I took what I consider the best of all my stuff into this one book. And the main thing is just to make sure that accurate things spreading all around us, which we all know in many fields.
Well, that's absolutely true. Then do you try to look for the bizarre story?
Yeah, well, anything that would make you say, gee, I didn't know that, or that's interesting, or if you want to quiz somebody, we have some questions here we can talk about tonight. And, have a surprising answer, or even things like, we all say okay all the time, right? But what does that O and the K stand for? Why do we say okay? Why those two letters? So that's the kind of story. And, it just came to me one day. Why in the world do we say okay?
Okay.
The amazing thing about that, George, is how many times we say that. And if you would start writing down in the morning all the times you say okay, or somebody else talking with you says okay, it's incredible how many times we say that word virtually every day.
How close, Charles, do you echo the work of Robert Ripley's Believe It or Not?
Well, when I was a kid, I used to look at Believe It or Not. In fact, I used to cut out some of his stuff, and I had used that over the years. And he has some really great stuff. I'm not sure his accuracy was 100%, but nonetheless, it was and still is fascinating, many of the things he had.
In addition to our discussion tonight and our phone calls later on tonight with our listeners, let me throw some strange questions your way and tell me what you've got. We talk about disasters. 9/11 was horrible, but there was another one in 1919. Tell us about that.
It was, of all things, a molasses disaster. It was a flood, not of water, but of molasses, would you believe? One of the strangest floods of all time. It happened in Boston in 1919. And molasses was used more in the old days than it is today. It was used quite a bit as a sweetener. Anyhow, there was a big storage tank in North Boston in 1919 that held 2 million gallons of molasses. And the weather got real bad, and the storage tank exploded on an afternoon in January of 1919. And this wave of molasses started coming down the streets of Boston. It was to be called the molasses disaster. And this wave of molasses was 8 to 15 feet high and engulfed everything that it came in contact with. People tried to get out of the way, but many couldn't. More than 100 people were killed or injured, some injured very badly. They just couldn't get out of the way of this big wave of molasses coming down the street.
How bizarre.
And there's no question about it, of all things.
And killed by molasses.
You were saying this story that, it almost sounds like it was a joke, a wave of molasses, but it certainly wasn't funny. And people just couldn't get out of the way of it. And it wrecked a lot of buildings along the way. Also, there was a elevated train. It took away the support under the train tracks. The train crashed, and it knocked down. There were a lot of wooden buildings there. It was an older part of Boston, and it ruined the homes. And but just we say one of the strangest disasters of all time for many reasons. And so that was the molasses disaster in Boston. So that's one of the types of disasters we had in our book.
Charles, Thanksgiving is next week, and it seems to be the tradition everybody eats turkey. How did that happen?
Yeah, and the surprise, George, is that the first Thanksgiving that the Pilgrims gave to the Indians, they did not eat turkey. Most historians today feel that what was served to them, they had a couple Thanksgiving dinners of the Pilgrims with the Indians. They served venison duck, goose, and fish, not turkey. That was the menu of those first Thanksgiving dinners. And then Thanksgiving became an on and off holiday, or an on and off event to give thanks to, whatever happened that year. And some years we had Thanksgiving, some years we didn't. It was not a regular national holiday until Abraham Lincoln was president, and he wanted to have, after the Civil War was ending, wanted to have a Thanksgiving every year. For the first time, made it an annual national holiday. And the reason turkey was served is turkey in those days, the custom was to use turkey at big events like a wedding or an especially big party or a holiday. And there were a lot of turkeys in the country at that time, especially in the rural areas. So the custom began to always have turkey, since it was used for events, especially events at that time, but particularly weddings. And it was a traditional bit of food served at weddings. And so it became a tradition slowly to have turkey every Thanksgiving, not all at once. I mean, the very first Thanksgiving that Lincoln had, and as I said, Lincoln was the first person to make the holiday a federal holiday, a yearly holiday, always to be in November. And they started gradually eating turkey. Turkey did not become the thing to have at Thanksgiving really until almost 1900. Was started with.
But then it took off like a rocket, didn't it?
And yeah, eventually, of course, that's what we think of when we think of Thanksgiving. We think of turkey now, but that wasn't always the case.
Where did we get the name turkey?
Well, that's interesting. You would think it was because the birds came from Turkey, but that's not true. Turkeys were really misnamed by the English colonists who came here, and the turkey is native only to North America. The only place they were ever seen or found was the North American continent. And the British people thought they looked like the guinea hens that are in Turkey, and started calling them turkey, which is really a wrong name. But the name stuck. And the interesting thing, George, is the funny story is there were no turkeys in Turkey until they were brought there from America. Eventually, they brought some of those turkeys over to Turkey, and they were already called turkey, even though they were really from the United States.
Amazing tidbits with Charles Richbloom. We are talking about the all-time book of amazing facts, fascinating facts, and knowledge in a nutshell as well. Your series, how many books have you written on, Charles? Just those two or more?
The all-time book of fascinating facts is my 12th book.
Wow.
What I tried to do, George, was take some of the best stuff in the other books, the knowledge in the nutshell books that we wrote over the years, and update, what had to be updated, and also add some new things, but really take the best of what I had. So this is a thicker book. It's 300 some pages, and has all kinds of everything from sports to history to strange things to bizarre things. I just tried to, make it as surprising and fascinating as it could be. And it's a good quiz book. Kids enjoy quizzing each other, quizzing their parents, or vice versa. There's so many surprising things that, I'm always surprised to learn about it. And there are a lot of strange things in our history.
What would you say, all time, is one of your favorite bizarre stories?
Well, there are so many. We have one on, I was just talking about this to somebody else the other day, on if you multiply any number from 1 on up by 9, the answer will always total 9. It's just incredible. 9 times 2, 18. 8 plus 1 is 9. 9 times 3, 27. 2 plus 7 is 9. 9 times 6, 54. 5 plus 4 is 9. 9 times 9, 81. 8 plus 1 is 9.
That's amazing.
Whatever number, any number from 1 on up, that's just an incredible thing. And let's even take a couple bigger numbers. Let's say you put, just to pick on something.
100 times 9 is 9, right?
Yeah. Well, let's say it's 35. The answer is 315. So add the 3, the 1, and the 5. You got 3, 1 is 4, and 5 is 9. Take 9 times, if you want to take a bigger one, 463, let's say. If that equals 4,167. So you add the 4, the 1, the 6, the 7, 5, 6, 11, 7 is 18. 18 is 1 plus 8 is 9. Any number. You take 9.
How does that happen?
It's the magic of 9. It's just,
And that's the only number it happens with?
yeah. Oh, yeah. And any number. I mean, as I say, 3,433. Just pick out any number in your head, multiply it by 9, and the total will always add up to 9.
You've asked the question, why are hot dogs called hot dogs?
Well, that all started at a baseball game in the early 1900s. The New York Giants, who at that time were playing the Giants before they moved to San Francisco. They're still in New York. The concessionaire was a guy named Harry Stevens. And in those days, they didn't sell any warm food at ballparks. They just sold things like peanuts, Cracker Jack, and things like that. And this was a very cool day at the beginning of the season. And he noticed that hardly anybody was buying any food. It was real cold. So he decided to take a walk around the neighborhood to decide to see if he could find something warm to sell. He went into a butcher shop and said, do you have anything we could sell at the ballpark today? The butcher had a lot of sausages on the grill. Said, here, why don't you take some of these sausages, you can sell those. And Harry Stevens said, well, what are the banks going to hold it with? And the guy said, well, there's a bakery next door. Maybe they got some buns and something to use. So Harry Stevens went next door. Sure enough, he got some buns there. So he took the buns and the sausages back to the ballpark. And
Probably sold out like that.
Pardon?
Probably sold out, didn't he?
Yeah, for sure. Anyhow, there was a cartoonist at the game that day, a man named Tad Dorgan. And the newspapers in those days very often put a cartoon on the front page having something to do with the news of the day. So he had this cartoon of a vendor holding sausage in a bun. And he was going to call it, the bunny and the sausage reminded him of a dachshund. He was going to call the cartoon Hot Dachshund. But he was on deadline, and at the last minute, he realized he wasn't quite sure how to spell dachshund. So he changed the title and he made it Hot Dog. That's how it got its name.
And stuff. Charles, we're going to take a quick break and come back and talk more. Your website we've got linked up at coasttocoastam.com, knowledgeinanutshell.com. Back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
The free Coast Zone email newsletter is sent out 6 days a week and is a great way to keep up on all things Coast. With detailed program recaps, the fascinating Today and Strange News listing, upcoming guest info, and weekly free audio clips, it's a must-have for Coast fans. Look for the free sign-up on the coasttocoastam.com homepage.
I'm Bree Kenneth from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The first major Santa Ana wind event of the fall season is expected to start today. The Sacramento Valley, Santa Clarita Valley, Santa Monica Mountains, and Malibu Coast will be under a high wind warning between 10 o'clock tonight and 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Watch for gusts as strong as 65 miles per hour. The race for LA mayor is now separated by 29,000 votes. The county elections office with Karen Bass now has 52.2% of the vote. Millionaire developer Rick Russo trails with 47.8% more results expected today. It's day 2 for thousands of striking UC researchers and student employees. They're looking for better pay and working conditions. Southline weather from KFI. Get ready for gusty Santa Ana winds. Highs in the low 70s. Right now it's 48 degrees in Tustin, 50 in Orange. Beverly Hills reports 49, and it's 41 in Aurora. We lead local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennant.
In Western Square, there is a whole freeway closure to 405 northbound from Bolsa to Western Square Avenue. All lanes may be shut down for road work until 5. Gardena, we have good news. Earlier past at 109, what he's found up for 110 has been cleared for lanes. Your drive is up to full speed in that area. And in Baldwin Park, there is a work zone and eastbound from the 605 to Pacific Avenue. 2 right lanes going to be shut down for road work until 6. Expect delays in that area. AFI and Sky, let's get you there faster. I'm Brian.
Hi, I'm Dana Schwartz, host of the hit podcast Miracle Book. Join me on my new podcast, Feeling Superman, for a deep dive into the shocking true crime saga of the theft of the priceless comic book from the home of Nicolas Cage.
Someone targeted this very specific, very talented actor and stole something that is very specific to his interest.
Listen to Feeling Superman on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Diet, deep transmission fluid.
Seriously? Yours is just checking brain.
We all know how it can get when you go to the wrong place for car repair. But we can later doing it. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Did you know 60 ounce leaves can save 27 to 90,000 water per day? Even tiny leaves can be huge water crystals. And serving water starts with 3 simple water-saving actions at home and in your yard. Like adjusting the sprinklers and adding drip irrigation so you water only where it's needed. We can all do our part to conserve water. Visit SaveOurWater.com for more water-saving tips. Save water, save California.
Did you hear what I hear? It's the sound of exclusive offers mingling from the Valpak Holiday Workshop. This November, Valpak is teaming up with iHeartRadio to bring you a special holiday edition of the Blue Envelope. Together, we're giving you an easy-to-scan QR code to stream all of your favorite holiday tunes through the iHeartRadio app. Plus, check your envelope to see if our elf tech sent a $100 check inside. Dash to the mailbox for your Valpak envelope. No purchase necessary, void where prohibited. See special remarks Valpak envelopes or Valpak.com for details.
KFI, AM 640. It's just silent surveillance video footage of the vagrants. Oh, this guy, they actually got to urinate. Oh, no, you can see the puddle in his feet. Almost every segment has an oh no. John and Ken, weekdays 2 to 6. You'll start shouting at your screen on KFI. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. It's 9
Coast to Coast AM with your story. We're going to take your calls next hour with Dr. Knowledge, Charles Rick Blooms. So get ready to ask questions for two. ParanormalDate.com keeps rolling along. 532 people shy of 144,000 members on ParanormalDate.com. And don't forget, if your heart desires a person a bit more mature, we've got you covered there too. You can check out ParanormalDate.com/seniors. These are people 60 plus. They think like you do. So check it out. ParanormalDate.com/seniors. And before you go on that day, build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, could be supported by reducing inflammation and moving the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell where you need to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStim together, supporting the body to be best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStim and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I guarantee you that your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. If you put AdaptoStim along with it, you will feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStim and ImmuStem and your free gift Relax Zone is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
How'd you sleep last night? Did you toss and turn? Did you wake up? You got a little insomnia? Well, let me tell you something. After the show, I'm wired. I'm still pumped up for the program. It's difficult sometimes to get to sleep right away. You need to. You get a good night's sleep. I looked for something that was drug-free, something that would help me turn off our brains and relax and sleep at night. And I found Relief Factor Sleep, 100% drug-free supplement. It's made by the same company that helps tens of thousands of people relieve their pain every month, Relief Factor Sleep. You wake up ready to go without that sluggish feeling, and you just can take on the day, and it's just fantastic. Try Relief Factor Sleep. Give it a try. Low introductory price of $19.95 for the first month. That's it. Go to ReliefFactor.com/sleep or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to find out more. That's ReliefFactor.com/sleep or 1-800-4-RELIEF. Feel the difference with Relief Factor Sleep.
Real people, real stories.
I had bruising accidents all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, and I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore. I got a Labrador. It hardly lifts himself up off the floor. I won't tell you what's been there. He said the treatment was in there. And I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it. She could do it right away. In 3 weeks, you could tell. Very alert. Into the protocol. She seemed like she was out of sleep. She was going to 5 mile walk. I'm like, my goodness, she was just like crying.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
And welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with Dr. Knowledge, Charles Rich Roll. Charles, we just talked about hot dogs. What about hamburgers? Because there's no ham in the hamburgers. How'd they ever get that many?
Well, why in the world do we call them hamburgers? Let me add one more point, George, if I may, on hot dogs.
Yeah.
The original cartoon that Tad Gorgan wrote for his newspaper in New York, where he had the dachshund in a bun and came up with the name hot dog, that original cartoon is at the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. So any of your listeners who are ever at the Hall of Fame, you can see the original cartoon that gave us the name hot dog, bird hot dog.
Can you Google it and find it somehow that way?
I'm not sure of that, but I do know that, in fact, I've been to the Hall of Fame. I know the actual original cartoon is there at the Hall of Fame.
Now, how about hamburgers?
Now, hamburgers. Why in the world are they called hamburgers? As we say in the book, there ain't no ham in hamburgers. Why do we have that name?
Well, was there ever ham in hamburgers?
No, never. We had a big German immigration to the United States in the late 1800s. And among the people coming here were those from Hamburg, Germany. And one of their favorites, they were known for making ground meat. And when the ground meat was seen here, people started calling it after its city of origin. And they named ground meat hamburgers after the city of Hamburg, Germany. Very much like Frankfurters were a big favorite in Frankfurt, Germany, and that's why they're called Frankfurters. And wieners come from Vienna, where they were featured as one of the big foods there. And in the German language, the word wiener is pronounced as if it started with a D. It's in Vienna.
And burgers, of course. Sounds like the Supreme Court.
Well, that's another story. One of my favorite stories, George, is that we have had a Frankfurter and a burger on the U.S. Supreme Court.
I love that.
There was
Maybe a hot dog or two.
Well, and then this is true. There was a Supreme Court justice named Felix Frankfurter, and he was on the court from, my memory is correct, in 1939 to 1962. Felix Frankfurter, that was his real name. And then we had a Chief Justice on the U.S. Supreme Court named Warren Burger.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was from
That was during the Kennedy era.
the 80s.
He did the Warren Commission.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that is correct. Yes, the Kennedy assassination, that's right. So we had a Frankfurt and a burger there. So, but anyhow, I get back to hamburgers, and it is amazing that the next time you have a hamburger with somebody, you say, hey, there ain't no ham in this. Why don't you call it a hamburger? The reason is that they're named after their city of origin, Hamburg, Germany.
Of course, I think the Supreme Court guy was Earl Warren with the Warren Commission, but it could have been the same guy with the Earl Burger. I'm not sure.
Well, we did have Warren Burger, wasn't Chief Justice.
That's right. We might have been the same.
Yeah, and Felix Frankfurter, by the way, was not Chief Justice, but he was one of the more famous justices on the Supreme Court. He had a very good reputation.
You say that there was something called the loudest noise ever heard by humans. What the heck was that?
Yeah, it's an amazing thing. There was an island in the South Pacific named Krakatoa. And by the way, this is the loudest noise ever heard by humans, louder than any nuclear bomb, any nuclear explosion.
It's a volcano, right?
Yeah, it was a volcanic island, and the whole island blew up. It was like an 8-square-mile island. The whole island blew up in the late 1800s, and the dust and debris from that island went worldwide. It darkened the atmosphere all over the world, and the sound was so great, George. It's the loudest sound ever heard by humans. Scientists have dealt with this. It could be heard 3,000 miles away. Oh my God, that explosion. That would be like something happening in, let's say, New York City that you could hear in Los Angeles, which is roughly 3,000 miles. That's how loud that was. And most experts do say that agree on the fact that that is the loudest noise ever heard by humans in human history when that island blew up, in a volcanic island.
mind and you go, I didn't know that. That kind of thing.
Yeah, that's what I look for. Yeah, I don't believe that. And you do research on it. It turns out to be true. There's so many like that are, hard to believe. And,
are there any new ones left out there that we haven't discovered?
Yeah. I update my book every couple of years, and I do find new things. And then new people are added. We have one in there that this is amazing, almost 40% of all U.S. presidents' last names end in the same letter. That letter is N. And of course we have an addition there with Joe Biden being the most recent president whose last name ended in N, but there's so many, George, starting with,
you had Reagan, Reagan was one.
Well, you start with George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, Abraham Lincoln, Johnson.
Yeah.
It's just amazing. Then in more recent times, Harry Truman, Richard Nixon, Lyndon Johnson, Ronald Reagan.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it really is. It's almost 40% of all presidents' last names are ended in N.
Lincoln.
We just, added another one, so.
Why is that?
What's that?
Why is that?
Why do those things keep increasing?
Why do these names end in N all the time? Are people taking the votes and they're voting for them unconsciously or what?
Well, it could be, although we've had some presidents whose last names ended in N who did not make it. John McCain would be one example. Hillary Clinton would be another one. So we've had both winners and losers using that, but it is surprising that so many of their names have ended in N.
I don't believe in coincidences, do you? I think things happen for a reason.
I know you don't, George, but they are interesting. One of my favorites, the event is not a favorite, but one of the favorites of the coincidence is what happened on 9/11. When the first plane hit the World Trade Center was Flight 11. There were 92 people on board, 9 plus 2 is 11. It happened in New York City. There are 11 letters in New York City.
On 9/11.
The second plane hit the Pentagon. There are 11 letters in the Pentagon. The third plane crashed near Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Shanksville has 11 letters. The two towers together look like number 11. And one of the most amazing facts is that after September 11th, there are exactly 111 days left in the year. If you have a calendar which shows you how many days have gone by this year and how many days are left, you'll find that on September 11th, there are exactly, after September 11th, exactly 111 days left in the year. So,
why do they call police officers cops?
There are a couple of theories on that, but most word historians say it comes from the fact that it was a big tradition in the late 1800s in the big eastern cities like Boston, New York, Philadelphia, for police officers to wear big copper badges and copper buttons. And when a police officer would come into view, people would say, "Here comes the copper." And they started calling it coppers. Of course, over the years, as time went on, people shortened that name coppers to cops. There is one theory that the name comes from the words constable on parole, but that's been discounted by most serious historians, that they say use the word copper. It comes from the copper buttons and copper badges that was traditional for police officers in the late 1800s.
You say New Year's Day used to be in March.
Yeah, and they had some better date. Before our calendar was changed in the 1700s, the British adopted the Gregorian calendar, which was made by a pope. The Catholic countries had gone to that calendar earlier, but the Protestant countries like the British and in the world did we change the date? March 25th is much more of a new year than January 1st. Nothing particularly happens on January 1st. It's just an early day of winter. There's nothing special about January 1st. But March 25th is right at the beginning of spring, and spring is really more of a new year in much of the country than January 1st, right? So why didn't we keep New Year's on March 25th? Think about that for a long time. Maybe we should still have New Year's on March 25th.
You talk about U.S. states that are named after women. I know one, Georgia.
Yeah, no, it's not Georgia.
It's right. What
You would think
that's
Georgia.
It's named after a woman, isn't it?
Well, you would think it would be Georgia
Or you mean the state was actually named after a specific?
Yeah, it was named after King George of England. And that's where Georgia came from, just like the Carolinas. You'd think that might be named after women. But that was named after King Charles. Charles, the Carolina is a Latin version of the name Charles, and that's where that came from. There are only 3 states named after women. 2 of them are Virginia and West Virginia, named after Queen Victoria, Queen Elizabeth, who was known as the Virgin Queen. And that's where Virginia came from, and West Virginia. And the other one is Maryland, which was named after Queen Maria of England.
Did they change the spelling?
The other obvious one I would think of would be Louisiana. You think that might have been named after somebody named Louise, but it wasn't. It was named after King Louis, and that's where Louisiana came from. King Louis of France. The French controlled Louisiana at that time.
You have a tidbit here about how far you can see on a clear day. You can see forever, can't you?
Well, you ask the average person how far can you see on a clear day with the naked eye, and most people will say, oh, maybe a mile or 2 miles, depending on where you are. But we can easily see 93 million miles on a clear day if we look at the sun.
You look at the sun, that's right.
So if it's 93 million miles away, we can see that very well with the naked eye.
Or a star, you can farther out.
You're right, Troy. I was going to say, and how about stars? You can see a star with the naked eye that's millions of miles away. Isn't that something?
That's right. Exactly.
And that's an amazing thing when you think about it.
You talked about the United States once had 3 presidents in 1 year. What happened there?
Yeah, it happened twice. First time was in 1841 when Martin Van Buren finished his term. William Henry Harrison was inaugurated as the new president in 1941, but he died 50 days after he was sworn in.
He got assassinated, right?
Yeah. No, he wasn't. He picked up pneumonia. He picked up a bad cold. He was a Cumberland Army guy, and he refused to wear a hat at his inauguration ceremonies. It was a cold, windy day in Washington. He stood out there in the rain, and as by chance gave the longest inauguration speech in history, and then walked back to the White House from the Capitol in this cold weather. He caught a real bad cold, which quickly turned into pneumonia. And in those days, they didn't have the medicines that we have today. Right. He went to bed. We also have another fact about him. There was one president who spent most of his term in bed. He went to bed the 3rd or 4th day of his presidency and basically stayed in bed, died 31 days. So he was like president for 31 days.
Wow, he got sick big time, didn't he?
Yeah, and basically was president for such a short time, succeeded by Vice President John Tyler. So we had 3 presidents in that year. And then the same thing happened in 1881. The retiring president was Hayes. William Randolph Hayes left office, was succeeded by James Garfield. Garfield was assassinated and died 6 months into his term. He was still president in that year, 1881. He was assassinated, and his vice president, Chester Arthur, became president. So we had 3 different presidents in 1881 as well as 1881. on the other hand, I think you learn things in school if you're really not that interested in it, you sort of forget.
I think it would be a fun class if they had that with your book as part of the requirement. Charles, we're going to come back and talk more and take phone calls next.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Want to be kind?
It doesn't sound like you're going to be fine.
Want to be kind?
Jim Conway Jr. Show. It sounds like it's her last words. Weeknights at 6 on KMI.
Hey, all the skin sharp. For emergency backup power, there's only one name. Defi Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Defi for hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Defi's legendary repair and maintenance service, Defi Power has you covered. Go to DefiPower.com, DefiPower.com. That's DECHIE Power.com.
Yellowstone Television's #1 show is back on Paramount Network. Our John Dutton installed. We swear to uphold the Constitution of the state of Montana. This all is born and the master. Featuring an all-star cast led by Academy Award winner Kevin Costner and Division's own. They will fight you very, very hard. As the Dutton family fights to protect their legacy, those earned power has a price. Kindness is a declaration of war. We're already war. Yellowstone. New episodes Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern. Exclusively on Paramount Network.
Did you hear what's on here? It's the sound of exclusive offers, middling from the ValPath Holiday Workshop. This November, ValPath is teaming up with iHeartRadio to bring you a special holiday edition of the Blue Envelope. Together, we're giving you an easy-to-scan QR code to stream all your favorite holiday tunes through the iHeartRadio app. Plus, check your envelope to see if our elves have sent a $100 check inside. Dash to the mailbox for your ValPath envelope. No purchase necessary, void where prohibited. See specially marked ValPath envelopes or ValPath.com for details.
Mario Lopez here. Life is full of choices, so don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life and your choices with just one wrong pill. Make the choice to get help. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual, at choosematch.org. What if there was a place where you could listen to all the radio stations, music, and podcasts you love? And what if that place was free? Well, we couldn't find it, so we made it. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
More informative, more engaging, more stimulating.
KMI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County.
So those days aren't so bad when they start with Jennifer Jones Lake. Here she is with your morning wake-up call.
Woo, I don't know how today is going to be. Coffee I usually drink was out. Apparently I have a hole in my lip. You ever have that? You think you drink coffee and all of a sudden it like dribbles down your chin? Or I just became 105 and didn't know it. Yes. Who knows what's going to happen on this Tuesday, November 15th. This is your wake-up call. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee, and some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Woo, the race for mayor of LA is now separated by 29,000 votes. There's starting to be some real space in between these two. Karen Bass is pulled ahead of Rick Caruso. Amazon, we've learned, has a plan to lay off about 10,000 employees. We just got news that Walmart has announced it's agreed to pay a $3.1 billion opioid nationwide settlement. And there's a program in LA that sends unarmed teams to handle nonviolent 911 calls related to the homeless, and that program is expanding. Coming up at 5:05, we're going to talk with ABC's Karen Travers. We'll find out if any more details come out about the president's 3-hour chat with Chinese President Xi yesterday at the G20 summit in Bali, and the president is meeting with another world leader today. We'll find out which one and what those two are expected to talk about when we chat with Karen in just a few minutes from now. So let's start with some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Amazon has planned to lay off about 10,000 employees. Deacon Yassin is a tech professor at University of Washington in Seattle. She says many tech companies have to rethink their relationship with their customers.
A lot of the companies really has grown exponentially in ways they couldn't have predicted because of the pandemic.
Now, the cut would be the largest in Amazon's history. Walmart has announced it has agreed to a $3.1 billion opioid nationwide settlement. Walmart is the latest major player in the drug industry to settle all lawsuits by state, local, and tribal governments. On November 2nd, CVS Health and Walgreens each said that they would pay about $5 billion. The race for mayor of LA is now separated by 29,000 votes. Karen Bass is pulled ahead of Rick Caruso as mail-in ballots continue to be counted. In the race for LA County Sheriff, Robert Luna has 60% of the votes to Alex Villanueva's 40%. And West Hollywood City Councilwoman Lindsay Horvath is ahead in the race to fill the seat of County Board of Supervisors. She is ahead of State Senator Bob Hertzberg by more than 8,800 votes. The county registrar says more than 655,000 ballots still need to be counted. So, I guess technically in any of these races, something could change. Probably still the race for mayor is the one to keep an eye on because a 29,000 vote separation with 655,000 ballots still to be counted, that's one that could still go either way. Two congressional races in OC remain too close to call a week after Election Day. Democratic Representative Katie Porter maintains a slight lead over Republican Scott Baugh. Democratic Congressman Mike Levin of Dana Point is beating Republican challenger Brian Marriott by less than 13,000 votes. Jay Leno is recovering from gasoline burns to his face and hands.
Leno says the fire happened inside the garage in Burbank, where he keeps a large number of vintage cars and sports cars. The Burbank Police Department says Leno was injured Sunday when he was taken to the Grossman Burn Center in West Hills. The hospital says Leno is in stable condition and is in good humor and touched by all the inquiries into his condition and the well wishes. Leno's canceled his appearance for this Saturday at Flappers Comic Club in Burbank and a show at the financial brand Forum in Las Vegas. Leno tweeted yesterday that he's okay, he just needs a week or two to get on his feet. Steve Gregory, Testify News.
Jennifer Newsom has testified in the sexual assault trial of Harvey Weinstein. The White House Governor Newsom provided jurors yesterday with a graphic account of what she called a violent assault that lasted for over an hour. Newsom was the seventh woman to testify how Weinstein used his status to pressure them to meet with him alone in hotel rooms where he could sexually assault them. She's expected to be back on the stand today. Two French bulldogs have been ripped away from their owners on the 6th Street Bridge in L.A.
The thieves pulled up on people walking their dogs Friday. One got out and took the dogs at gunpoint. Owner of Rare French Bulldogs in Riverside, Michelle Krebs, says she warns her customers about the dogs being stolen. She says her dogs are never left alone.
People do know that I have stupid like dogs in the home and that I have a number of them.
Krebs says French Bulldogs are averaging more than $3,000 right now. She says thieves often sell them at a lower price. What trolling? Hey, it might be.
When we come back, we'll talk with ABC's Karen Travers, find out if there were any more details out of the president's chat with Chinese President Xi at the G20 summit in Bali yesterday, and who the president will be meeting with today and what they are expected to discuss. That's coming up in just a second. Right now, let's take a look at your drive on the 5. Hi, Nick Palliotini.
Southbound Milwaukee or Imperial. It's directed into two right lanes shut down. That's going to cause you heavy delays from before the 605 making your way southbound along the 5. And then get on the Tulma, anything else for you downtown to 15 or something. Keyword is by traffic. North south side out to 605. There's a going away from around South Street. Making that transition 605 north to the 91 east. Looks like it is a wreck that has the ladies in the transition are possibly taking away from the cleanup work. So it's definitely going to be a bit busy for your drive. Head westbound along the 91 as you make way through Riverside, starting to get a bit busy for you from before Magnolia. And lightning patches make way the opposite 15 with the Corona. Overnight Captain Street traffic stop in the area. Further westbound on the 91, going to catch a few delays again from past Green River as you make way close to 241 Toll Road. As you're heading along the northbound side of the 57 near Yorba Linda Boulevard, earlier wreck before cars involved off the right shoulder and taking on your drive on the southbound side of the 57 in brand near Imperial. That is an early palm that has a left lane kick on it. Looks like that has been cleared his right shoulder. KFI in the sky, don't forget to their bastards. I'm Nick Molly.
506 on your wake-up call. Karen Travers, good morning to you. Were there any more details that came out of the president's 3-hour talk with Chinese President Xi yesterday at the G20 summit in Bali, more than what we heard from him during that news conference?
Not a whole lot, but the president was kind of candid in the sense of him telling us that he was candid with China's President Xi afterwards. He said that they were very blunt with one another about places where they disagreed or where they were uncertain of each other's position. I mean, this is a roughly 3-hour meeting, which is pretty significant for President Biden, one of the longest he's had with the world leader. And the meeting at the White House has really been setting pretty well expectations for it, not promising any major breakthroughs or significant developments or big policy changes or announcements. But the president said that there may not be a new Cold War between the U.S. and China, because the U.S. is competing vigorously, but he's not looking for conflict. He wants to manage competition responsibly. So I think the goal for the White House, the goal for the president was, to clearly try and reset is not a word they would use, but I think definitely try and go in with this and say, let's try and figure out ways that we can work together so the world expects the U.S. and China to be able to cooperate in global challenges like climate, like Russia, the global economy more broadly, while understanding that there are going to be hot spots where we're not going to agree. One big headline, I think, from the president at that press conference was one sentence where he said that he does not think that there is an imminent attempt for China to invade Taiwan. It was an interesting statement from him, something we haven't heard him say for years in recent months.
Yeah, exactly. And when you have a relationship between China and the U.S., a lot of people would argue it's probably at its lowest that we've seen in, I don't even know, half a century or so, something like that. I think any talk can be seen as constructive just because if you could just get the two sides to the table, hey, that's better than nothing. As for today, who the president sits at the table with, is meeting with more world leaders.
Yeah, he's actually finished this day, which is kind of crazy. They're 14 hours ahead of East Coast time, so he is already done. He had dinner with world leaders that he actually skipped out on in terms of he went back to the hotel, he went up and did some meetings and work he had to get through, but the Secretary of State is attending the dinner seemingly in his place. But the president today has meetings on the sidelines. He met the president of Turkey. He met with the prime minister of Italy, who's new to the G20. They talked about Ukraine and China, climate change with Russia. Tomorrow, he is going to meet with the new British prime minister, so that'll be something also that we are expecting to see. It's notable that he at the G20 for 3 days. This is an economic-related summit for the most part. Russia is invasion of Ukraine is a big topic there, but also rising food prices, rising energy prices, inflation, very big topics for these world leaders. But I think this is the big one for the president. The meeting with Xi comes on the first day, the press conference on the first day. And even now, the rest of it, he's got a lot of significant meetings, but the big one was on day one. I think it shows how much the White House is really seeing a lot of value in that meeting. They wanted to do it, show the significance of it.
All right, Karen, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Talk to you soon.
Have a great day. Thanks.
You too. See you later. ABC's Karen Travers. Well, she mentioned Ukraine, and federal prosecutors in New York have decided not to file criminal charges against Rudy Giuliani for lobbying activities in Ukraine. Eric Jersey says federal prosecutors in Manhattan had been investigating whether Giuliani should have been registered as a foreign agent.
The FBI had seized more than a dozen of Giuliani's devices during an April 2021 search of his home and office. Giuliani maintained he had done nothing wrong.
Prosecutors now sent a letter to a judge saying that based on information currently available, criminal charges would not be forthcoming. Giuliani's lawyer called it a total victory. Former President Trump is expected to announce he'll enter the 2024 presidential race at a rally in Mar-a-Lago. Trump has experienced a setback following his party's midterm performance. Now, many candidates who've acted high-profile contests were defeated. He also faces competition from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who was re-elected by a huge margin. Former Vice President Mike Pence said President Trump's words during a rally on January 6th were reckless. Pence told ABC News' David Muir he was angered by a tweet Trump sent that day, saying Pence didn't have the courage to do what should be done.
I told him, despite what you issued last night from your campaign, Mr. President, I've been very clear. But I don't
why on the wall of that conversation. Pence also says he told Trump many times that they lost the election and reminded the president they both took an oath to support and defend the Constitution. Yeah, they'll plead. Former Dodger outfielder has agreed to plead guilty to lying to federal officials about bets on games he plays with an illegal gambling operation. Reed has agreed to pay a fine of at least $5,500. He's expected to appear in federal court in LA today. The body of a missing mom from Simi Valley has been found in the Antelope Valley. The woman's ex-husband was arrested in Victorville. Simi Valley Police Commander Craig Dungan says that the woman's sister called 911 Thursday to report her missing. But when police arrived at the home, there was evidence of a struggle.
Rachel's personal belongings, cell phone, car key, their vehicle were still at the location. Simi Valley detectives took control of the case immediately.
Dungan says the body was found Sunday and the ex-husband was arrested a short time later. He is in jail on $510,000 bail. The couple have 2 young children. A program in LA that sends unarmed teams to handle nonviolent 911 calls related to the homeless is expanding. Mayor Garcetti says the program helps free up LAPD officers for serious crimes.
And Stanley of mental health professionals and 2 crisis workers with lived experience who can engage and who can move forward with solutions for our unhoused residents.
The program will be expanding to the San Fernando Valley and South LA. It recently expanded into downtown LA. The program also includes outreach teams to connect homeless people with services. Tens of thousands of student researchers at all 10 UC campuses have gone on strike, claiming more than half their pay goes to rent. UCLA grad student Stephanie Mena says student workers do most of the teaching and the research.
A lot of us have to commute from farther away and do not have access to sustainable transportation. We don't get paid enough, and then contracts also, we're not allowed to work anywhere else.
Mena says DC is also engaged in unfair bargaining practices. DC says it's committed to negotiating a fair multi-year contract that recognizes the value of student workers. Mourners say the leadership of the former El Monte police chief helped the community heal after the fatal shooting of 2 officers.
Lowry was appointed chief this past summer, shortly after the officers were killed.
Most were unaware. Then had just received news of what would amount to a terminal diagnosis of his cancer.
Sam Lowry said yesterday his brother didn't allow an announcement when he became chief, nor did he want people to know about the cancer.
He would not allow even the slightest bit of attention to be taken from his fallen officers.
Lowry is 45, survived by a wife and 4 children.
October 24th, 2022.
Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Never either that ends up watch or the firefighter dies. They ring the bell. Well, that is, I don't know, that's both of ours. God bless. NASA JPL says it plans to launch a satellite December 5th to measure every body of water on the planet. Mission scientist NASA Schiffer says the surface water and ocean topography mission, known as SWOT, will observe the fine details of the ocean surface topography and measure how water bodies change over time.
Essentially, SWOT will give us the missing connection between the water sources and the water sinks, between the water movement and water storage, between water supply and water demand, between ocean and land.
The mission is a partnership between the U.S. and space agencies from Canada, France, and the U.K. Schiffer says they hope to learn how to predict and react to drought and climate change. And Thanksgiving is flipping us the bird. The price of turkey has gone up, but it's not just because of inflation. It's also because of the avian flu. It's taken out more than 6 million turkeys this year. John McConaughey is owner of Doublebrook Farms in Hopewell, New Jersey, and says the cost of everything is up.
Meat is more expensive, labor is more expensive, all the inputs are more expensive, so that obviously is going to translate into a more expensive turkey.
Drought in the U.S. and war in Ukraine also have helped push those grain prices up. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk with ABC's Tom Rivers about what's going on in Ukraine. And Ukrainian President Zelensky visited Kherson. That's the southern city that Russia had occupied for about 8 months, but then finally retreated. Zelensky's troops went in, and he's saying now that the liberation of the city is the beginning of the end of the war. Is that really the case, and what's next if so? We'll find out when we talk with Tom in just a few minutes. It's back to Nick Caliocini taking a look at that early morning drive.
So much for you right now. Let's go around so fine on North Vegas or 91 East Street. Let's walk away to the connecting roadway back to Star Street with South Street. So they live Palm Street Drive on the southbound side. Fine. They can make it to the no walk area, right? No walk Pioneer. Right, two right lanes, check that. That's the rough go for you as you come on from before 605. So if I'm wrapped up in the preliminary, no sign side of the 57 before you open the board. So more social sensitive Jason. Everything's off the right shoulder. Not looking too big exactly right there. Okay, if I'm this guy up gets there faster, I'm in Caliocini. Hello, I'm Jonathan Quinn, founder of River Hero Plumbing and Air. Last week we found a leak in my furnace that could have filled my son's room with carbon monoxide. Can you imagine how bad that could have turned out? It was a reminder to me that regular service to your furnace is one of the best actions you could take for the safety of your family. Carbon monoxide is odorless and deadly. More than 50,000 people are hospitalized by it every year. That's why my team takes the extra steps for every system they service to protect you. Call now for a thorough furnace safety check for only $77. Call 866-377. And during the months of November and December, my team at River Hero will install a carbon monoxide monitor for free in every home we service as a thank you for your business. Call 866-377. That's 866-377. Or visit us at riverhero.com. Thank you. This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies.
Dell's Black Friday event starts now with up to $400 on components and key active AE PCs powered by 12 gas and cocoa processors, plus special pricing on accessories and free shipping. Call 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Hey, this is Ricky Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Merrill, a Bank of America company.
The Clippers are still without Kawhi Leonard, but they pumped the Rockets behind 22 from Paul George. Reports say the Lakers want to wait for Dennis Schroeder and Thomas Bryant to return from injury before making these roster changes. The Rams are not sure how long they'll be without Super Bowl MVP Cooper Kupp. Whiteout suffered a high ankle sprain in Sunday's loss to the Arizona Cardinals. I'm Rich Johnson. With Merrill, the bull always has your back. Learn more at ml.com/bullets. Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Center, and Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC. The experts at Amco have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certifications, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technologies. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. AA, CL. Check engine light on? You'll check it for free. Y'all need a guard dog for your plumber. Exactly. Are you talking about big guard dog protection? Yep, and it's available exclusively from Zachwest for just $14.95 a month. Sing your song, Zachwest. When your home has Sadie's guard dog protection, Gal will send out a plumber with a 30-foot drain cable to open or stop that drain at no charge. You save $80. So that's the Gal price. Get air conditioning and plumbing. AOETTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Have you ever felt stressed about work? I mean, your dad, you're like, why you go down? Then you told him you did a good job, and he's like, well, you better talk yourself out. And then he thought, I love to talk, and he chose a podcast. And then he was a freaker from iHeart and started podcasting out good. Then monetized it and quit your boring job and told your dad, please do it right. He was like, well, that's not what I meant, but I don't understand what a podcast is. But you seem happy, so that's great, You ever do that? Well, you could. That's Spreaker.com. That's SPREAKER. After that, you actually don't. If your business has 5 or more employees and manages to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. It's not a loan either. It's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting it handled. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and it can probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you've had increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Get
sugar-free. Please reduce your alcohol intake. This powerful moment is brought to you by Calvert.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Calvert and help. Access Calvert free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calvert.org.
4 years ago, Gavin Newsom delivered an election night acceptance speech that promised to make California a place of opportunity, safety, and affordability for everyone. A place of opportunity, 40,000 businesses destroyed. A place of safety, crime we haven't seen since the 1990s. John and Ken, affordability for everyone. People are leaving. We gave it to unpaid Washington.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It is your wake-up call for what is about to be a very windy Tuesday. In fact, we've got a wind advisory that starts tonight at 8 o'clock. Normally when we have a Santa Ana event, heard from the National Weather Service yesterday here on Wake Up Call, they start in the morning. Those wind events start in the morning. This one's a little peculiar in the sense that it starts in the evening, and it's actually going to sort of ramp up overnight. So I'll get you the complete forecast in just a second, but it looks like really this wind event is going to kick up in the evening. So, if it's your trash day or if you've got stuff outside that needs to run out and sort of batten down, this would be the time to do it because according to the National Weather Service, this could be our most major wind event that we've had this season, if not this year, coming up for the next few days. Well, the race for mayor of LA is now separated by 29,000 votes. Karen Bass is pulled ahead of Rick Caruso. Amazon says it has plans to lay off about 10,000 employees. And there's a program in LA that we've talked a lot about that sends unarmed teams to handle nonviolent 911 calls related to homeless. That program is now expanding. A program that is not expanding is that student relief debt program. That one took another hit yesterday after the president's program was blocked by another lawsuit. In fact, this is the second federal court in the last week that has blocked this program. So what is the next step for the student loan relief program? How many times can it get blocked before it's just out completely? We'll find out when we talk with Aaron in just a few minutes. Let's say hello now to Tom Rivers. The Ukrainian President Zelensky got to go to Kherson yesterday, which he saw obviously as a major victory in the war, Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Exactly. It was important for him. It was an important photo op. It was an important to show the West that the hundreds of millions that have been pouring into this country over the past 9 months have had some positive results. So yes, he certainly wanted to take an opportunity to go back into the city, and he called it the beginning of the end, talking about D-Day, World War II, saying there's a lot of fighting yet to do, but he said it was potentially a turning point and an important chapter in the war in this country.
Those were his words. Do other military analysts say the same thing?
Well, the ones here in London basically are saying, look, winter is coming, things are going to slow down. I'm targeting back to World War I. We're not too much is going to happen. The question is, there could be a huge confrontation in spring. As you well know, there's 300,000 extra Russian forces will be trained up and in position at that point. The question is, will there be any kind of really constructive talks over the winter that will affect what's happening, obviously, on the ground in the street? No talk. Expect big battles in the spring. And at this stage, we don't know. Zelensky sends a video link to the G20 in Bali, Indonesia, saying that he's now willing to talk, but again, that begins in his view when all the Russian soldiers leave Ukrainian soil. And very, very quickly, the Russian side said, no, that is not going to happen. They're willing to talk about where things lie right now. So again, the two positions diametrically opposed at this stage.
I want to talk about what is left on Ukrainian soil, specifically in Kherson. Yes, it's a victory to be looked at by the Ukrainians. Hey, we got our territory back. But it's a territory that has nothing, no electricity, no communication, no internet. I mean, you can look at this area say that the Russians virtually leveled it. And so I understand how important the land itself is and the symbolic nature of what that means. But holy cow, I mean, there's nothing left there.
Well, exactly. Yeah, again, there's about 80,000 left in the city itself, but more than that left in the weeks running up to it. They went to Russian protected areas. And again, this is not 100%. This is not, a zero-sum, if you will, calculation. Half the people want to be there, half the people don't want to be there. Half want to side with the Russians, half want to side with the Ukrainians. It's pretty complicated. It is not black and white.
I was reading an article, where did this one come from, the BBC, that talked about this grocery store in Kherson that had stayed open the whole time. And it said that the Russian workers, or soldiers, would come in for free beers, and if they refused, the soldiers said, that's all right, we'll just come back and kill you. And it seems like that, for those 80,000 people, what life must have been like for them during that Russian occupation.
Well, exactly. And again, for those that stay, it is liberation for them. For those that departed, they don't know what the next chapter will bring. So yes, it is very, very fluid. And as I say, things more than likely will slow down now with the Russians playing the big factor there. And then question mark talks will change the dynamic. If there is an absence of any real progress in any talk forum, then guess what? There's going to be some more bloodletting come March onwards.
Are there any indications that any of these other Russian-occupied regions of Ukraine might also see some retreat from the soldiers and become Ukrainian territory again?
I'm sure, that there's going to be some places that are in the northern part of eastern Ukraine, the Russian forces pull back. And said, look, we're not going to fight over this flat land because their soldiers at this stage are too thinly populating that area. Hence the call for the 300,000. So they're saying, look, it has a food account. You can take the pawn, but we're in a better position in this corner of the board, et cetera, et cetera. So yes, it's something to keep watching. And again, this is not just, the problem is it's often boiled down to an 8-second soundbite analysis of the war. And it's much, much more complicated than that.
All right, thank you so much, Tom. I appreciate it.
Take care.
See you later. That is ABC's Tom Rivers. Have you heard of why Jeopardy is being slammed for an insensitive and appalling clue? Well, the clue asked, this was on Celebrity Jeopardy. The clue asked actors, John Michael Higgins, Will Wheaton, and Joel Kim Booster was in the category of all responses contain the letter A. Right there is why I can go on Jeopardy. Are you kidding? That would be a category that would make me extremely nervous. So the question, in 2021, fugitive Brian Laundrie ended his days in Florida's Miami Creek area, home to these long, toothy critters. And the answer was, what are alligators? Well, fans were obviously very critical of the show's decision to mention Laundrie in the clue. Laundrie, of course, confessed to killing his girlfriend, Gabby Petito, in a notebook confession before he killed himself about a year ago. And there were people who wrote, not Celebrity Jeopardy, using Brian Laundrie as a clue for alligators. It's distasteful and wrong. Could have used anything else for a clue. This is beyond offensive. It's appalling and completely insensitive. And then there was one that was just pretty blunt. What the hell is wrong with you? Yes, maybe not use a guy who killed his girlfriend and had a manhunt for him as the clue on Jeopardy. I'm kind of with the fans on this one. Just saying. Might need to rethink that one, Jeopardy. All right, when we come back, we're going to talk with ABC's Aaron Tursky about that student loan relief program. Man, it took another hit. He got a second federal court in the last week. Blocked a program that the administration insists is lawful and necessary. So what is wrong with it, and what's the next step for this student loan relief program? We'll find out with Aaron in just a few minutes. Right now, let's get another look at your drive with Nick Caliocchini in that
right now is supposed to make their way along the 65 north transition to the 91 east there in Hawaii is out of match because you can't make the transition right now. It's directly involving the car that went over the side of the roadway, and that's why you're seeing a rough hill to the drive, 605 northbound. Looks like from before it's but actually, I think the map looks like those delays are mostly gone, so maybe that's gotten out of there really quickly on the southbound side of the 5, heading directly toward Norwalk Boulevard right here. Imperial, it's going to be a 51 on the 5 southbound Massachusetts ongoing problem before you drive. Looks like all lanes are still blocked to try to get across the 2 right lanes originally shut down off the right shoulder. Overall, you're driving on the southbound side of the 5. It's going to be busy for the side game before Lakewood Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm just calling it our electric bills are pretty high. I'm concerned about the condition of our infrastructure. We've told in California that the fires, they said that they're going to shut off the power and be shut off for longer days than usual. I look at our electric bills and they keep going up and up and up. We have to find a solution to our energy bill.
Your home is an ecosystem. Solar power, battery storage, and efficient air conditioning all work together to ensure your house is comfortable, protected, and self-sustaining. Save today and prepare for tomorrow with Separate 360, the all-in-one home energy solution.
The savings are better than what I expected. I said I want the 18. This was the 18.
I'm beginning to the end and have been back.
Declare your energy independence with Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar, battery, and air contractor. Take advantage of the 30% federal solar tax credit. 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Expires November 30th, 2022. TSLB 971.2.
SoCal weather from KFI. All right, get ready for what could be, according to the National Weather Service, the most significant Santa Ana wind event we've had this season and possibly this year starting tonight. Now, today will be mostly sunny, highs in the 60s. The Santa Ana event probably going to start 8-ish, and we've got a wind advisory that takes effect starting at 8 tonight and lasts until 10. Gusty winds don't look like they will stay with us off and on through Friday, and temps should warm into the 70s. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee.
Hey, it's Steve Sharp for WDC Kitchen and Bath Center, where you're going to find the most in-stock appliances in Southern California. Bathroom closets, fixtures, experts to help get it all right, and all at the best prices in town. And check out their newest showroom, now open in La Mita, coming this fall to 45,000 square foot WDC in La Quinta. To get your kitchen and bath done right, use the experts that I've trusted for years. WDC. Find the one nearest you. WDCappliances.com.
Introducing Spectrum One. Get Spectrum Internet with speeds of 300 megabits per second, advanced Wi-Fi with best-in-class security and privacy. Spectrum Mobile with unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G. Get it all with Spectrum One. Spectrum Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and one line of Spectrum Mobile Unlimited for only $49.99 a month. Visit Spectrum.com or a Spectrum store today. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blinds.com. I sell custom-made blinds, shades, and shutters that are easy to install at prices less than big box retailers. Blinds to blinds are custom-made for your windows, and I guarantee they'll fit. Don't hire a pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blinds.com.
What's better than having your favorite radio station, music, and podcasts on demand? Having it all for free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Did you hear what I hear? It's the sound of exclusive offers, mingling from the Valpak Holiday Workshop. This November, Valpak is teaming up with iHeartRadio to bring you a special holiday edition of the Blue Envelope. Together, we're giving you an easy-to-scan QR code to stream all your favorite holiday tunes through the iHeartRadio app. Plus, check your envelope to see if our L-Temp sent a $100 check inside. Dash to the mailbox for your Valpak envelope. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. See virtually marked Valpak envelopes or Valpak.com for details.
Warning, your heater may be unsafe. Don't turn on your heater again without calling Next Gen HVAC and Plumbing for a safety inspection and tune-up. Only $68 for a limited time. Only $68 for safety and peace of mind. This is Jacob and Ryan. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Walmart has announced this morning it's agreed to a $3.1 billion opioid nationwide settlement. Walmart's the latest major player in the drug industry to settle all lawsuits by state, local, and tribal governments. Former President Trump is expected to announce he will enter the 2024 presidential race at a rally in Mar-a-Lago. Trump has experienced a setback following his party's midterm performance, but doesn't look like that makes a difference. Looks like he's going to go ahead with the announcement. And the House Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol says it's considering the next step since former President Trump was a no-show for his deposition. It was supposed to happen yesterday. The committee approved a subpoena last month. Trump filed a lawsuit Friday challenging that order. News is brought to you by Mike Diamond, the Smell Good Plumber. Did you know on this World Population Day, you get up and look in the mirror, you can say, look at me. A part of the 8 billion people that currently live on planet Earth. Yes, we probably have made it to that 8 billion mark today. We'll get into that with Jim in just a few minutes. Hello, my fellow 8 billion personers here in New Jersey. Good morning to you. You just want to say good morning to you? But you don't like that you too are part of the 8 billion people when you feel lost in the crowd, Aaron?
Oh, I live in New York City. I'm lost in the crowd every day.
That's a great point. Hey, good morning. So let's talk about the student loan relief program. What, second big hit in a week from the federal court?
Yeah, the 8th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals decided that the Biden administration's student loan debt relief program needs to be on hold while the state of Missouri is given time to sue. The state said that its coffers would be hurt because the state agency that handles student loans would not collect as much as fees, and therefore that would affect the state budget. So that was enough harm demonstrated, potential harm, but the judges decided that Missouri had the right to sue, and that lawsuit needed to be heard. So that could put the program on hold, indefinitely while it works its way through the courts.
Okay, and then in the meantime, how did this work for anybody who, did anybody get a notification that they would be one of the people who got their student debt relief taken care of, and if so, where does that stand? And does this keep going forward? Or if Missouri has the standing to go ahead and sue, couldn't every other state have somebody who goes ahead and sue?
Well, we know that 6 Republican-led states have been interested in suing over this. The Biden administration believes the program is lawful, so we're waiting to see whether they try to seek some kind of emergency relief, maybe with the U.S. Supreme Court. But we don't know the next move. In the meantime, 26 million Americans have signed up to the administration's website for some kind of debt forgiveness, up to $10,000 if they make less than $125,000 a year, up to $20,000 for recipients of Pell Grants. And that's kind of in limbo right now. We're not sure how it's really going to work.
So at this point, if you're somebody who was fingers crossed going to get that student debt relief, you probably should not bank on it, at least for now and for the time being.
I think that's right. Until we know how this is going to maneuver through the courts, but we know the time is kind of critical because all of the student loan payments that were on hold for the pandemic are going to start coming due as of January 1st.
And that makes a big difference for people who, kind of got used to that and maybe at least having that extra money, not even saying they squandered it. Maybe they were using it to pay off debt or whatever the case may be. And in this case now, they've just added another big chunk, probably another bill, back into their budget.
Well, that's right. And there's no telling whether they'll ever see the money that that the administration's promising. But the administration says the 26 million signing up shows that this is not only lawful, but it's also necessary for those borrowers.
All right. Thanks so much, Aaron. I appreciate it. And don't get lost there in New York City. See you later. Bye. That's ABC's Eric. I think you got lost. I think you got buried there. Or you could even finish saying goodbye. All right, let's get back to some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. More election news. Republicans have won 2 seats in Southern California in the midterms. Michelle Steele defeated Jay Chen to represent the 45th Congressional District in LA and Orange County. Ken Calvert was re-elected in Riverside County. He beat Democrat Will Rollins in a district that became much more competitive this year after redistricting. A federal judge in New York has tossed a lawsuit against former President Trump, which was filed by his former personal lawyer. And the judge said yesterday that Michael Cohen's retaliation claims, I guess, needed to be dismissed, even though he said they raised fundamental questions about constitutional rights. The judge said the ability to publicly criticize even most of our prominent politicians and leaders without fear of retaliation is a hallmark of American democracy. Look at this. It looks like rats are born this way, too.
Researchers at the University of Tokyo say they played Lady Gaga songs for rats and people alike. Studies suggest rats can recognize and move to the rhythm of a beat. Like humans who participated in the study, the rats bobbed their heads to music between 120 and 140 beats a minute and did it on their own, hadn't been trained to do it. Researchers also played Mozart, Michael Jackson's Beat It, Queen's Another One Bites the Dust, and Maroon 5's Sugar for the rats. Amy King, KFI News.
Oh, that's great. All right, there's a guy named Nicholas Kefalis, and he works in Riverside County, and he loves to work with concrete. This is a trade he learned from his dad, Jay, who wanted to make sure that his son had skills to help him succeed in business because Nicholas Kefalis has a learning disability. So his dad wanted to make sure that he could take care of himself. Well, Kefalis said, it took me a lot longer, admittedly, to learn everything because of my disability. But, my dad was super patient with me, and I learned everything that I could from him. 8 months ago, Nicholas Kefalis' dad, Jay, passed away from cancer. But this isn't the only tragedy that Nicholas Kefalis has had over the last couple of years. He lost his mom to pancreatic cancer. He said all of a sudden she went to the doctor. 8 months later, she was gone. 3 weeks after that, his girlfriend has a stroke and dies in his arms. Now, last week, 2 people in a white truck came to Nicholas Kefalis' home in Hemet and stole a trailer that had a John Deere skid steer tractor on it. And that theft put Nicholas Kefalis out of business. And he says he's now working another job just to try and make ends meet. He filed a police report, but admits he probably won't see the trailer again. He was set up his own GoFundMe, hoping to raise enough money to buy another one. And with Thanksgiving just days away, Kefalis has a strong message for these heartless thieves. I love the bluntness of this statement. I hope you guys go to hell. There's a special place there for you because what you did is you're going around stealing people's livelihoods and you're crippling them. It's like taking food from your family and they can't pay their bills. What's wrong with that? Anyway, Nicholas Kefalis is the guy's name, and if you are so inclined on GoFundMe, apparently you've got one there. And maybe we can help him get that John Deere 320 skid steer tractor that he so desperately needs. All right, there's a woman at JFK Airport who was in a wheelchair, and federal agents said just something a little weird about that. Her name was Emelinda Paulino de Riza. And when they were trying to push her through, she arrived in New York City from Punta Cana in the Dominican Republic. And I guess as her family or somebody was trying to push her through, officers noticed the tires on the wheelchair weren't rotating. So they x-rayed those 4 rubber wheels and found 28 pounds of cocaine worth nearly $500,000 stuffed into the bag of this wheelchair. The moral of the story is, if you are trying to smuggle 28 pounds of cocaine in a wheelchair wheel, make sure that the wheelchair rotates, or else federal agents will get suspicious. Oh, I love this movie. Don't shoot your eyes! Don't shoot your eyes! The house in Ohio that was used as a setting in the 1983 classic A Christmas Story is up for sale. The owners bought it for $150,000 in 2006, and they spent $200,000 making it exactly like the house in the movie. You know, the one where Ralphie pines for a certain Christmas present?
Horrified. I hurt myself, blurted out.
I wanted to show Ritter to come next to
Realtor Chad Whitmer says the house is part of a package.
There's a museum, this house, gift shop, parking lot.
Now, remember the bumpers that had the dogs that came in and eventually ate the turkey and the whole thing? Okay. Well, the realtor says it's for sale because the owners are looking for a new venture. I can't imagine how much money they made, probably off the museum that goes along with that house. I would go. If I was in Ohio and I would hear this, oh my gosh. In fact, I was at Big Lots yesterday. I know, I'm a wild and crazy shopper, you know. But my brother and I would sit and watch this movie together. My brother's 9 years younger than I am. So there's this teenager and this little kid sitting on the couch watching 24 Hours of a Christmas Story. And this was our thing. And so my brother recently, this is what I said, Chad, you have made it in life. He bought a replica leg lamp for Christmas. And my brother's a guy, I told you he's the guy at Google that like helps to figure out what their displays look like at like Best Buy or Bed Bath & Beyond, you know, there's a Google display. That's my brother. So he's very linear. He likes things clean lines. He's not a color guy. He bought a freaking leg lamp. That's how much he loves it. And so at Big Lots yesterday for $5.99, I splurged and I got him a leg lamp wine stopper. Dad and I need to take a brother-sister trip to Ohio and go visit them. All right, we come back on this World Population Day. Did you know that the United States might have hit 8 billion people? I'm sure we did. 8 billion of us currently live on planet Earth. So we'll get into some of the not only latest numbers, but the latest projections. Wait till you hear how many people they think will be on this Earth by the year 2050. We'll get into that in just a few minutes. Let's get into that drive this time on the Fun 91.
Your favorite show. It's going to be a busy one that's supposed to make the way out of the Riverside area through Corona. What's sunshine? Heavy stretches of flowing for you from as far as the James Deere and continue to go to 241 Toll Road. It does look like Caltrans Cruise just past the 1591 west side. They're still wrapping up with the overnight and early morning hours. And then further west on the 91, you'll see delays again to Anaheim Hills before Lakeview to make way close to 55. Still got a mess for your drive on the Pine southbound. As you're making your way out toward Norwalk Boulevard, it is a crash with all southbound lanes shut down. Taking a rough ride from as far back as Paramount Boulevard. Also delayed on the northbound section of 605. A little bit of lifting this way away from Rosecrans Avenue. You got on the 605 to continue out for a well-about blocking. Hey, if I'm in Sky Help get there faster, I'm just calling you. Contractor license get 4771. I'll need a guard dog for your plumbing. Are you talking about big guard dog protection? Yep, and it's available exclusively from Exactness for just $14.95 a month. Sing your song, Exactmaster. When your home has Sadie's guard dog protection, Carol will send out a plumber with a 30-foot drain cable to open your stuff drains at no charge. You save $80. And that's the Ghetto Bucks. Ghetto Air Conditioning and Plumbing. GOETTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Halloween is over, but hiring is still scary. Indeed's end-to-end solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates. Create resumes on Indeed, match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/careers.
Hey, this is Ricky Kennedy. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Merrill, a Bank of America company.
The Clippers are still without Kawhi Leonard as they bump the Rockets behind 22 from Paul George. Sports Channel Lakers want to wait for Dennis Schroeder and Thomas Bryant to return from injury before making any roster changes. The Rams are not sure how long they'll be without Super Bowl MVP Cooper Kupp. White House suffered a high ankle sprain in Sunday's loss to the Arizona Cardinals. I'm Richie Johnson. With Merrill, the bull always has your back. Learn more at ml.com/bullish. Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Center, and Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC.
I knew our bodies were majority water. I didn't know they were 70% water, but that explains why water is so essential. It's Jennifer, and I want to tell you about LifeSource. It's the whole house water system that will change your life. I love what it has done for mine because no longer do I have to have a water filter that has the salts and all the maintenance and the changing of the filters. No. If you get a LifeSource water system, you're not going to have any of that maintenance. The LifeSource system is maintenance-free, no filters, no salts, no bottled water. And the Life Source water system gives you great water straight from every tap. Plus, it removes all the bad stuff and it leaves in the good stuff. So start filtering out all that chlorine and other contaminants and maintain your healthy minerals. Your skin and your hair are going to feel great. You and your family will be healthier, more energetic. At least I hope so, because you don't have those contaminants in your water anymore, right? So tap into your best life with Life Source water. And now to claim their best deal of the year on a Life Source water system, you have to act now. For limited time, Life Source will pay your sales tax. Zero tax equals huge savings. So call 800-803-2696 or visit lifesourcewater.com. 800-803-2696, Life Source. Taste and feel the difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, Top Chef Fabio Viviani has arrived. And now the top 7 reasons to visit the marketplace in Morongo. Number 7.
Fantastic open. Steakhouse meats and Brazilian churrasco.
Number 6.
Pescado is open. Try the seafood tower and oysters on the house.
Number 5.
Chivalry is open.
Number 4.
Pork and waffles is open. The best barbecue this side of the Mississippi.
Number 3.
Mercado Central is open. It's unrivaled, innovative Italian fare.
Number 2.
Sweet Things is open. Sweet treats for the biggest sweet teeth.
And the number 1 reason to go to the marketplace at Morongo.
The marketplace is open. It's an elevated all-you-can-eat casino dining experience you've got to try today. The marketplace is open.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good times.
Join us for the Autism Speaks Walk and discover a community of friendship and support. Help people with autism reach their full potential and make a lasting difference. To register, visit autismspeaks.org/walk.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. There are certain things you're not allowed to do. You can't stop me from talking about an election. I sure as hell can if you are promoting one candidate or the other or something that's on the ballot within 100 feet of a polling place. You're in violation of the law. But wait a minute, it's a violation of my First Amendment rights. And you're right, Bill Handle. Except that's not. Mornings from 6 to 10 on KFI.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is your wake-up call. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, and our top stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The race for mayor of LA is now separated by 29,000 votes. That means Karen Bass is pulled ahead of Rick Russo. 665,000 ballots still in LA expected that they need to count. Amazon has to lay off about 10,000 employees, and there's a program in LA that sends unarmed teams to handle those nonviolent 911 calls related to the homeless, and that program is expanding. Jim Ryan, good morning to you. Do you feel lost in the crowd being one of 8 billion people? Holy cannoli.
Yeah, losing some elbow room here. 8 billion people. The United Nations estimates that the 8 billionth person who was born today or is going to be born today, give or take maybe a month or so, but yeah, 8 billion is the new number. So if somebody asks you, how many people live in this world? Tell them 8 billion.
Unbelievable. Now, are we going slower? Are we growing more slowly? Or are we growing faster than we have been in the past?
Much more slowly for a lot of reasons, but the global population is growing at the slowest pace since 1950. So, yeah, it fell 1% in about 2020, and we're going to continue to see that slow growth for the next few decades. It'll take another 8 years to reach 8.5 billion from our current 8 billion. Then it'll be 9.7 billion in 2050, so 20 years there. And eventually, yeah, we're going to hit a peak. There will be a plateau of 10.4 billion people, according to the United Nations, in 2080, and it's going to stay at about that number for the following 20 years until 2100.
Okay, I'm fascinated by the peak. Why do they think that we will hit a peak and sort of plateau?
Well, because so much of the world population is slowing. There's slower and slower growth. And in 61 countries right now, you see a population decline. Japan, for example, is trying to encourage families to grow, couples to have more babies, because they're losing population. The U.S. is not gaining population like it
used to. China, you see that the growth in primarily in 8 countries in the sub-Saharan tropics here, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Egypt, Ethiopia, India, some of those countries are the ones where you're seeing the most growth. And if you put two and two together, those are the countries that in many cases can't afford that kind of growth. So we see this kind of turn that is troubling in a good way, and I think that's why the United Nations is highlighting this every day on World Population Day to remind people that we need to take care of the planet. We need to make sure that there's enough food to go around, that there's a place to build a house for every kid.
Yeah, when the UN Secretary General yesterday, Guterres, was talking about this, he mentioned those exact things. He was talking about, places where there are inequalities, climate change, famine. Even the wars in the Middle East and Ukraine are making an impact on world population. And you kind of don't think about it in the short term, but of course, I highly doubt that people are concerned about growing their families if they're in a war zone right now. They're just worried about feeding the family they have.
Yeah, staying alive. Yeah. And with so much of the world economy in trouble right now, you'd be hard-pressed to find a lot of families that want to add on to their numbers at this point. Especially in the developed world. I think a lot of couples have decided, you know what, let's put it off for a while, starting a family until this economy improves somewhat. And so far, it just hasn't done that. The good part of this whole thing is that life expectancy at birth has reached 72.8 years. That's for both men and women. The average. Women get a little more, men get a little bit less. But that's an increase of 9 years since the year 1990. So you're seeing people living longer. More of the population is older. That presents special problems. But it does look like that we're able to hold on longer. Maybe longer than we should, but there you go.
When it comes to just the economy, is it tension overall that might play a point? Just kind of the feel of the world or the feel of, whether it be the U.S. or whatever nation you happen to be in. Is unrest playing into that as well?
Yeah, absolutely. It is. The uncertainty out there. That's what is a driver of a lot of this stuff. Is, according to psychologists and sociologists, the uncertainty looking forward is what gives people pause to start a family in the first place. And when you have things like the COVID-19 pandemic taking over, and by the way, that has cut into a lot of the numbers here. Global life expectancy at birth fell back during the pandemic to 71 years last year. So, and then you've got wave after wave of the pandemic in places like China to cause some short-term reductions in birth rate and this growing sense of anxiety about starting.
All right. Thanks so much, Jim. I appreciate the update. Happy 8 billion to you, too. See you later. This is KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County, and really quickly, going back to our Christmas story, report from a little bit ago, Ralphie Comes Home is coming up this week. And Ralphie Comes Home is basically a Christmas story part 2, I guess. And Peter Billingsley, who was Ralphie, big blue eyes, got wearing the pink bunny costume from his aunt, that would be sorry, just for the record. Anyway, he said in an interview that I just saw on Fox News that he and Flip and Schwartz, the movie, all the little kids that he was with in the movie are coming back for Ralphie Comes Home. And so it will, show them all grown up, and apparently Ralphie's life is maybe not where he would hope it would be, but he will be back in Ohio at the house. And I'm really looking forward to this now, knowing that the original characters are going to be back in it. Now, the old man, originally played by Darren McGavin, his dad, of course, passed away, and that's what the story is. So the film takes place in the future with Ralphie and his own family coming home after the death of his dad, who we call the old man in the movie, leaving Ralphie to sort of be at the helm, I guess, if you will, of Christmas to rival the kind that he had as a child. It should be a lot of fun. It's another one of these opportunities where if you were a kid back in the day when this movie came out and you loved it as much as I did, here's your chance to sort of see it grow up along with you. KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Let's get back to that drive with Nick Taliokini. Oh, no, not double trouble on the 605.
Right, it's going to be a mess on the northbound side. First, past South agreed. It is trying to two right lane shut down and still having the 605 north transition to 91 east being off limits. So overall, you're driving on the 605 north on maybe a rough go for the drive first thing this morning. So on the boulevard, as you make way toward the 91, got an update on these pumps. But anything else slowing you down, time to picking yourself on a keyword. 8K by traffic westbound side of the 91. Seeing delays for you coming away in stretches from Lakewood Boulevard. Beyond the 710, that will be busy toward Alameda and out of the 105 west and also the 91 west to LA County. Pretty heavy for your drive out of Linwood off the 710, continuing all the way towards the 405 in the Lennox adjacent area. Ongoing problems for you as you make your way along the 5 to Norwalk. Southbound side, pretty much Norwalk Boulevard and here on Firestone. All southbound lanes are still shut down. Deal with an earlier wreck, getting a rough go puts right on the Commerce with Swanson, and the northbound side of the 550 for you, leaving about Norwalk Boulevard, and those delays stick around for you all the way. Oil Heights short down 10 on Emma 101. KFI this guy helps get there faster. I'm in Collier team. Hey, y'all, it's Team Truck. Let's talk about your windows. I know a couple of things about your sad, sorry windows. I know there's a whole slew of reasons why you want new ones. Lower energy bills, more peace and quiet, better curb appeal, and how about just windows that actually open and close? I also know we can talk all we want, but if they're not affordable, it's just not going to happen. I hear you. I have an answer for you. Call me and Karen at Window World. I love Window World exactly because they specialize in windows perfectly positioned at that intersection of quality, beauty, and affordability. And Window World offers zero down, interest-free financing for up to 16 months. 6 windows and install for as little as $86 a month. 5 windows and a patio door for as little as $119 a month. Your dream of new windows can become a reality because Window World makes new windows affordable. To learn more, just dial 877-75-WORLD, 877-75-WORLD, or go to windowworldsnowpass.com.
At Indicator, we still watching our thing. Maybe that's why we get orders from 93% of Fortune 500 companies. So what about the other 7%? So sorry the food is late. You should have read your Indicator. Professionally delivered on time and as ordered. Totally would. But the E is broken on my keyboard. Just get IT to fix it. Totally would. Can't type the word help. Why don't all companies order through Indicator? Who knows? Order 24/7 from over 95,000 restaurants on Indicator.com. Indicator, food for work. Just our thing.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar. Now including better camera, dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today. And speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and your devices vary by plan area. Limitations and exclusions apply. Call Service Champions for an $88 precision heater tune-up or visit servicechampions.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a wind advisory that starts at 8 o'clock tonight. That's because we've got a significant Santa Ana wind event that's going to start and could be the most significant one of the season, if not the year. That wind advisory is going to last for a couple of hours, so really strong winds, up to 70 miles an hour in some spots. Temperatures will just be in the 60s today, but those gusty winds will last off and on all week long, and highs will be in the low to mid 70s. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee. This has been your wake-up call. Handle on the news starts now.
And all of my stories are stuck together because I just spilled the Diet Coke on them.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handle. And good morning. It's a Tuesday morning, November 15th. We're approaching Thanksgiving. It's one of my favorite holidays, mainly because you eat, although the food is not all that tasty, I have to tell you, it's pretty bland food. And you need to put chili flakes on everything in order just to get a little heat to it. All right, good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning. I like to just take a bite of everything all together. The mashed potatoes, the stuffing, the turkey, the corn, one bite.
And put it into a blender and put a straw in it?
Pretty much.
Okay,
It is not bland.
sounds delicious. Wayne, good morning. I eat my Thanksgiving dinner like a normal person. Oh, there you are. Yes, I like turkey legs. I think you're at medieval times. And you know, the waitress comes along. You wince, you. I mean, it's still in business, isn't it? Medieval times.
Yeah.
You talk about political
I mean, they call the waitress people wenches.
I think they're trying to unionize right now. I think I just did a story on them a couple days ago.
Yeah, the only word, the only time wenches will be allowed in there is when you're towing a car. All right, Alex, good morning.
Morning.
And I think Dana's here, right?
Morning.
Good morning. And Tyler, good morning. Hey, Bill, good morning. All right, there we go. Woke up this morning, but a comb across my head. Love the Beatles. In any case, so Carrie Glick lost the Arizona governorship. Right. We knew she was already going to talk about the fact that it was rigged. And she issues a tweet, Arizonans won't take this BS, or they know BS. And Blake Masters also lost the Senate. So you're now talking about two strong Trump supporters, deniers, and endorsers by President Trump. And of course it's rigged. Now, the districts in which the Republicans won by a hair, those were rigged. That's impossible, because there's no such thing as Republicans rigging anything. But the politics of that I make fun of. But I'll tell you the fascinating part of this. The former president, has announced today that he's running. He has become a liability to the Republican Party. Clearly. You can just see the numbers. He can say whatever he wants. If he endorsed candidates, I think he got 2 out of dozens across the country that he endorsed. And now you've got the Republican Party. What the hell did they do? What did they do? Oh, that's going to be the fun part politically. Forget whether Biden's going to run or not. It's all going to be about the Republican side. Wayne, you're going to say something.
I think they just let it run its natural course because time around before, you won. Let's be honest. All the other candidates were boring, they were unimpressive, they were uninspiring. They may have had certain credentials and experience, but a Cruz, a Marco Rubio, a Jeb Bush, Johnson, they were nothing. Now we have a DeSantis, and it's not that I'm a huge fan of DeSantis, but DeSantis is a very different animal because Ron DeSantis brings to the table a lot of clout that those guys didn't have, and some, in fact, I'd argue quite a bit of what people like about Trump.
Maybe. But we're going to do more of that. I think it's a good analysis, so we're going to dive into that when the elections are finally over, and we've got Karen Bass going to win, and we've got Luna is going to win as sheriff. And later on, we're going to talk about how many LGBTQ people are running in California, I'm talking about state office and women, and California is becoming, you talk about diversity, wow. All right, that we're going to talk about too. All right, in the news. In the meantime, talking about the news, let's do it. Handle on the News, brought to you by the Lemon Law experts at Night Law Group. If you think your car might be a lemon, call 844-43-LEMON. Yep, let's do it. Late story.
Because you know I'm all about that.
Looks like Karen, the race for mayor is over. Karen Bass is leading Rick Caruso by 29,000 votes, and her lead is expanding, which goes to show you, $100 million used to be real money, but not anymore. It just doesn't work that way. And traditional politics is supposed to show you how liberal LA is. You would think with $100 million spend. Did I say 100,000? I meant 100 million. At 10 to 1, she still took it. Traditional Democratic politician.
Wrong city, wrong time for him to run for mayor.
Yeah.
Reardon could get away with it all those years ago, but here's the thing. I bet you over half of the voters think that he's a Republican.
Well, because he was.
Yes, and I know he switched, and technically he's a Democrat now, but I bet you the mindset in the city was, oh, he's a Republican.
And you know what, the mindset of the voting would go right along with that because most Republican voters go to the polls, and these votes that are coming in being counted right now are mail-in votes, the votes which are typically Democrat.
Boom from Jen. All right, let's take a break and come back. We've got plenty of news to go through, and we'll do it fairly quickly. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
About 10,000 layoffs are planned in corporate and technology jobs at Amazon, and those layoffs could start as soon as this week. The father of the alleged shooter at the University of Virginia says he's in disbelief his son is accused of committing such a violent act, and says his heart goes out to the families of the victims. And the Recording Academy will announce nominations today for the 65th Annual Grammy Awards live from the Grammy Museum right here in Los Angeles. Long-awaited projects from Kendrick Lamar, Adele, and Beyonce are likely to dominate the general category. SoCal weather from KFI, mostly sunny, very windy today. Santa Ana's picking up tonight. Highs will be in the upper 60s. We'll make it into the mid-70s for the rest of the week. This report is brought to you by your Staples stores. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 5.
So got that happening for you to make your way through the Norwalk area. Southbound side going to be all lanes that are shut down. Actually, no, getting word now from the GFC has been cleared. So 5 southbound Norwalk Boulevard and Imperial, it looks like those lanes are cleared, but you wouldn't know with the delay. Really heavy for you right now coming out of the Commerce area from the Spark up to Swamp. The northbound side of the 5 also still roughly right on the Norwalk before the 605, and you'll see those delays, especially heading toward downtown LA and the 101 northbound side of the 101 through downtown off the 5. Going to be busy for you to make way toward the 110 now. I'm going College Street drive along the 605. Got a crash past South Street, 2 right lanes taken away. I leave the 605 north transition to the 91 east, also off limits due to a wreck. KFI, this guy helps get there faster. I'm Nick Polio-Keeney. Staples is your one-stop destination for shipping supplies and services. And right now, it's 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item. Offer ends 12/31. Exclusive supply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details. Staples, the best kept secret in shipping.
This report is sponsored by ChooseChangeCA.org. Stimulus use disorder is a disease, not a choice. But getting help is. Make a change by choosing treatment for your meth or cocaine addiction. Find proven treatment options at ChooseChangeCA.org.
You have assets like a home. Why not set up a trust or a will so everything transfers to your loved ones without costly delay? Make a quick call to Legal Docs by Me, and that's going to give you peace of mind. No expensive lawyers, no confusing websites, and you'll save thousands of dollars. Yes, I said thousands. All you have to do is call them right now. They're going to take down the necessary information and help you throughout the entire process. Just dial pound 250 on your cell phone and say Legal Docs. Pound 250, Legal Docs. Again, pound 250 and say Legal Docs. Legal Docs by Me. No lawyers. Save money. Southern California Edison. When wildfire risk is high, SCE may call a public safety power shutoff to help keep our communities safe. Safety is their top priority. Learn more at SCE.com/wildfire. Contractor license 24771. Exactly. That time again. What town? Rejuvenation. We gonna rejuvenate everyone's furnace? Yes, for just $129. Rejuvenating your furnace is extremely very important. If you have a gas furnace, there are 5 life-saving systems that need to be checked before you fire it up. And if you have electric heat, rejuvenating your system is even more extremely very important. $129 is all it takes to keep your family safe. Get air conditioning and plumbing. COETTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Real estate owners, you know the savvy solution for a piece of property you're looking to get rid of? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Hey, it's coming here. With costs at an all-time high, you'll be happy to hear that Cars for Kids Real Estate will take over all taxes, maintenance, and insurance fees. Best of all, Cars for Kids Real Estate will provide you with a tax deduction for the full appraised value of your property. Donate today because time is running out for your 2022 tax deduction. To donate, visit carsforkidsrealestate.org or call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today. That's Cars for the K. It's Ryan Seacrest here. So you tested positive for COVID. What's next? Treat yourself. COVID treatments are free. Taken by pill, these medications can stop the illness from getting serious. So treat yourself. Call a healthcare provider or the statewide COVID hotline at 833-422-4255
entrance. Weekdays at 2 on JFI.
JFI AM 640. Bill Handel here. It's live everywhere. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We continue with Handel on the news on this Tuesday morning. Jennifer Jones-Lee, Wayne, and me.
Oh, control of the House is putting the spotlight on California. If you look at some of the political analysts, some of the races they're watching really closely to see if Democrats can flip any of maybe the districts in California. They're looking at District 22 in the Central Valley. They're looking at one in Los Angeles County between Mike Garcia and Christy Smith. District 41 in Riverside County, that's the one between Ken Calvert and Will Rollins. And they say, that watching some of these races could end up deciding whether Kevin McCarthy gets to end up being the leader of the House.
Jennifer, it's over already. The Republicans have 217. They just need one more. And they have the House. So that's a gift. The Kevin McCarthy story is a different story because there is a fight going on among the far right wing of the Republican Party, possibly unseated, but probably not. He's got enough.
And that is the question of does House Speaker Pelosi go for another seat? Does she go for the minority? Does she not? Is this the time that she steps down from a leadership position?
She'll probably step down, is my guess. But she's 83 years old. She just lost the House, control of the House as Speaker. And what is she going to do? Be the minority leader of the House? I don't think so. That's my guess. I may be dead wrong on this. I may be dead wrong.
California has announced the first death this year, a child under 5 from flu and RSV. Hospitals seeing a higher number of patients with one or both of those diseases than the last 2 years, where they were saying those caseloads were relatively low. It's happening more and more.
The only thing is COVID is not exploding like they said in 22. RSV is going crazy. We know that influenza is going to be a tough one. We were told that by the authorities. It's absolutely true for a bunch of reasons. Because we were masking, no one was seeing anybody. And right now, we're not masking. We're seeing everybody. We're having close contacts. We're having a lot more sex with strangers.
You were doing so good there.
Oh, maybe I missed it.
And also, uptake of flu vaccines is down. I think all the politicization of COVID and everything has spilled over into how some people feel about even getting the flu shot now.
Yeah, we're in flu shot. Yeah, while and I'm going to put together the Trump supporters with the anti-vax. That's not that every Trump supporter is anti-vax, but every anti-vax person is a Trump supporter. There's no question about it. And they're becoming, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, one of the reasons this group of people, or any group of people, they're more engaged. They're simply more excited about not getting vaccines than the rest of us are about getting vaccines. I'm not going to go demonstrate pro-vaccine. That's not going to happen. Now, my neighbor, who let's say is anti-vax, and I'm pretty strong. I have a strong opinion about vaccination. The neighbor who is strong, the same equal level of the feeling of belief, that person is going to demonstrate. That person is going to be engaged.
Jennifer Newsom has testified in the sex assault trial of Harvey Weinstein. She, of course, the governor's wife. She talked yesterday about, she gave this graphic account of what she calls this violent assault that lasted for over an hour. And she told the same kind of story that these other women, she was the seventh actually to testify, but also how Weinstein would use his stature to get them up to his room, meet with them alone, he would claim that he was going to talk with them about their work, or intimate that that's what was going to happen, and then he would sexually assault them. He is expected to return to the stand today.
That's once again he's denying. Never happened. Everybody's a liar. All 435 women are liars. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit in terms of the numbers, but he certainly does.
if you thought you felt one of those blasts of the Santa Ana winds, it might just have been the sigh of relief from Rudy Giuliani, who has learned that he will not face criminal charges. This coming like about a little over a year after the feds came and searched his apartment and his office, and they were looking into whether he might have committed some kind of lobbying crime when he got involved in the effort to get rid of the then U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, from Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch. But the feds have decided they do not have enough evidence to charge a crime.
Yeah, who remembers that, by the way, getting rid of...
I hadn't thought about it at all.
Nobody has this newsstand. Yeah, and the only issue is the amount of money. I think even if you were going to go to trial, I don't think he would lose. The issue is he doesn't have money, and he's not getting money. And the cost of defense on one of these cases, when the feds are going after you, is in the millions of dollars. I mean, there's no way around it. And he is effectively broke. You know, he had to let go of his security people. People have been with him for 20, 25 years. And the guy has no money.
All right. At the beginning of the school year, we talked a lot about these reports of shooters at high schools and colleges. We had a lot of them that started at black colleges, primarily black colleges across the country. There might be something that's a little bit heartening in this report. Federal agents now believe that a lot of those false reports of shooters at high schools and colleges may have come from outside the country. They did a trace on these and found that a lot of the numbers and the internet addresses led them to believe that many of the calls may be generated overseas. So the imminent danger may not be what we thought it was. It may be from outside sources trying to create a false sense of a threat.
It's surprised with that happening. No, it's surprising that somebody from outside the country may be making a lot of these. I'm not. Are you? I mean, I think I don't know. The thing about these is they're just designed to cause chaos. So anybody anywhere might want to do it. The thing about it, though, is learning that a lot of these calls are coming from outside the country doesn't really help anything. Because, here's why. Every time a call like that comes in, you have to have a lockdown, and you have to have an option. You have to have so even if you called and said, "I'm kidding. I'm only kidding, but I'm going to go shoot up a school. But I really am not. But I'm just calling you to say it. To cause chaos, and it'll still be this right. And the entire point is destabilization. That's exactly what the Russians are doing, what the Chinese want to do, particularly the Russians. Jennifer, are you surprised at all?
I'm only surprised in the fact that it took this long for them to figure out that those calls were coming from overseas.
Yeah, it turns out that all the robocalls we get about Medicare and car warranties, it really is Russia trying to make your life miserable. I'm getting the car warranty crap every 10 minutes.
It's your turn. I think it was mine last month. It just moved on.
Well, speaking of school shootings, but not the actual shooting part, there's a foundation, the Valley School District Foundation, that is in charge of overseeing the building of a new school to replace Robb Elementary School, which is going to be torn down. They have made their proposal for the school. A new $50 million school is built 2 miles from the site of the old school, and it sounds like it's going to be a very nice facility. 39 classrooms, 3 science and tech rooms, art rooms, special ed classrooms, and it'll be built next to Flores Elementary, which is a school that I've never heard of this. I may be very ignorant. Have you ever heard of a school that is only pre-K through 1st grade?
No.
Well, Flores Elementary is pre-K through 1st grade, and then this new school will take over from there.
At 7:30, I'm going to do a story. It's yet more information that's coming out. CNN just got a bunch of information about what happened with the chief and the head of the superintendent. And it is, you're going to talk about the phone call. Yes, it's at 7:30. And
let me tell you, it's even more striking as to the other depravities, not sexual depravity, but the social depravity of police. The dereliction, well said, that's the word I was looking for, but then again, that's why I should go to you for definitions of words. Okay, let's just take a look. Sure, why not? Here's Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A judge has delayed approving the settlement of a lawsuit over the homeless crisis in L.A.
Federal judge says he wants to wait to see who becomes the next mayor of LA. The judge yesterday indicated that the city and the county can do better in figuring out how to bring increased housing, outreach, and supportive services to the thousands of people living on the streets. The LA Alliance for Human Rights filed a lawsuit in 2020 accusing the city and county of not doing enough to address the homeless problem. A court hearing is expected in January once the election results are finalized. Deborah Marks, KFI News.
News is brought to you by veteran-owned self-Lyric. A man's been convicted of second-degree murder for speeding and killing a driver in Mission Viejo 5 years ago. Jurors deliberated for about 90 minutes before convicting Afif Dopi in the death of Judith Noval. Dopi had been ticketed multiple times for speeding before the crash in March of 2017. Democrat Katie Hobbs has been projected the winner in the race for governor of Arizona. The contest with Republican Terry Lake was close. Officials say the results took a while because a record number of early ballots were dropped off on Election Day in Maricopa County. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says he's calling for an investigation into widespread problems with elections in Harris County. He posted on Twitter allegations of election improprieties last week in the state's largest county. They result from anything ranging from malfeasance to blatant criminal conduct. Israel says it will not cooperate with the U.S. Department of Justice's investigation into the fatal shooting of an Al Jazeera journalist. Israel's defense minister says the investigation is a grave mistake. Palestinian officials accused Israel of intentionally targeting and killing the journalist. She was a U.S. citizen who was wearing a helmet and a protective vest marked with the word press, and she was shot last May in the West Bank. And World Cup fans have a chance to rank their favorite cups from around the world. Can't get paid for it.
The month-long global quadrennial soccer competition is about watching 32 countries play a lot of soccer while usually drinking a lot of beer. Not the players. The online sportsbook and casino review site Bonus Finder is offering cash and prizes to rank the suds. One lucky winner will get a beer from each of the countries playing the World Cup. They'll jot down some notes and they'll rank the beers best to worst. The winner will also get a new television and $500 for their time. The World Cup kicks off in Qatar on Sunday, where the beer can only be sold in designated tents outside of venues, and they cannot be taken into the games. Michael Berger, KFI News.
We're going to look at your job on the side in just a moment, but first it's Sports with Wayne.
Paul George was the scoring leader for the Clippers with 22 points as LA beat the Houston Rockets 122-106. They play the Mavericks in Dallas at 5:30 today. You can listen to it live on AM 570 LA Sports. The LA Kings lost to the Calgary Flames 6-5. The Ducks get the Detroit Red Wings at 7. And former Dodgers Oscar Puig has reached the deal to plead guilty to making a false statement for lying to federal authorities during an investigation of a sports gambling ring. I'm Wayne Westman, KFI Sports. Good night's sleep is, well, it's critical for a good day the next day, and likewise, bad night's sleep guarantees a bad day the next day. And if you do that over and over again, let me tell you, your life is pretty good or it's god-awful miserable. So the Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed, this is good quality sleep. This gives you the good night's sleep. Customize, adjust each side of the bed to your ideal firmness level.